everybody to the Cooper Associates ground here in Somerset for some T20 blast action between Somerset and Hampshire. I'm your host for this afternoon, Dan White, and we're very pleased to welcome you here to the Cooper Associates ground for a great afternoon of cricket. Now, you've arrived with plenty of time, with things set to get underway at 2:30. Now, before cricket gets underway, make sure you get to the fan village, of course. Plenty of food and drink options. In fact, I can see we've got coffee, pancakes, and of course, West Country cider as well. We've also got a stage with some live music a little bit later on for you to enjoy. Now, we should also say thank you to our matchday sponsor, which for this one is Southwest Cleaning Equipment, located in Marsh Barton, Exeter. Southwest Cleaning Equipment have a wealth of knowledge to advise you on the correct solution for your cleaning requirements, of course. So thank you for them for sponsoring this one today. So, not long to go until we get team news, of course. We'll be speaking to both captains at around about 2 o'clock, Before then, make sure you get in that fan village and sample some West Country cider, some drinks, some food, and a bit of live music later on as well.
Toe into the
They needed that breakthrough, and it's come at a very, very good time. Into that surface. About to go straight away, top edge. Knew that it was not far enough. That's needed a wicket. The game was running away from that.
Atmosphere building here at the Cooper Associates County Ground ahead of Somerset against Hampshire Hawks. Blast off just under an hour away. We will have the toss shortly in about 20 minutes time. But for the moment, keep enjoying yourselves in the fan village. I can see plenty of you through the gates already. Brilliant to see. There's lots going on as well. Somerset Cricket Foundation here. They've got a little activation zone. So if you want to bring your kids along, come and test your skills out. I can see some already participating in their throwing competition over there. Brilliant to see. Plenty of food and drinks options available as well. Coffee Blue are here. The pancake pod is here. That seems to be a popular choice. I've seen the ice cream truck as well, which hopefully the sun will come back out for shortly. Of course, there's loads of cider being consumed already. Lovely to see. The band look like they might be playing shortly as well on the stage. So lots going on here. Dan will also be in the fan village very shortly. So if you see him and our RF camera there, give him a wave, get yourself on the big screen. And throughout the day as well, if you see any of our cameramen, give us a wave. And any photos you want to take on the day as well, tag Somerset in them. You know the hashtags, we are Somerset as well. And we will get those on the big screen and proudly brought you by Virtue Motors throughout the day. But for the moment, keep enjoying yourselves in the fan village. As I said, you've got about 15 minutes until the toss. So keep enjoying those food and drink, keep taking part in everything we've got. We will have the toss shortly.
Sit that small, ring off, when back down the pitch, and just takes over. Thank you, hard to be lost. There's a big desire to win Archers, as well. Best thing I had in my career so far. I don't know exactly that, but I think it's 150, 150,000, something like that, which is something incredible season, you know, that's a great thing about it. And that's what it's saying, we've got a competition domestically and in the world, so you know, obviously there's a lot of highlights there. Everything that everyone does is about improving to help and win. It's a very big family culture that's on so each other. That's one of our great strengths as well. So 75 minutes playing through. We're quite lucky here because it's often pretty small and guys live 20 minutes away from each other. We spend a lot of time together.
Pressure is a tricky one because it's technically all a figment of imagination.
Setbacks are what bring about success.
When you're actually out on the pitch, everything just sort of takes over.
Thinking about it, like my heart's beating fast. There's a big desire to win last year's Vitality Blast.
Best cricketing moment that I've had in my career so far. I don't know the exact stat, but I think we took 151 wickets out of 170 or something like that, which is semi unheard of. Incredible season, you know, record-breaking kind of season. Most wins that anyone's got in a competition domestically in the world. So, you know, obviously there's a lot of highlights there. Everything that everyone does, it's about improving to help the team win.
There's a very big family culture here at Somerset as it is. There's a big togetherness, so everyone kind of leans on each other.
That's one of our great strengths as a club, is that we're so tight-knit as a playing group. I think we're quite lucky here because obviously Taunton's pretty small and guys live probably 20 minutes away from each other, and we spend a lot of time together, and there's some really good friendships within the dressing room, and I think that comes across in how we play.
Just by us, you know, singing Blackbird so many times after we won, you know, just shows how that a connected, you know, family-oriented group kind of just come together and everyone just leans on everyone.
I think our batting is the big strength. I feel like we've got guys from 1 to 9 that can win games on their own, and guys that play a brand of cricket which is really exciting.
You know, we all stuck together. It wasn't, you know, there's no individual brilliance. Everyone just kind of came together, got their jobs done.
I think one of our main strengths was that everyone was contributing. We weren't relying on any players. We had such strength and depth throughout the team and the squad that we had guys step up and win us games. When that happens, you know, you're in a good place because everyone's confident, everyone's positive. All you can do is train and give yourself the confidence by practicing your skills, and always reflect on times when you've done well to almost give you the confidence that, yeah, I can execute this, I am good enough to do this.
The battle is almost within yourself and is out there.
The hardest bit for me is probably the sort of the self-built pressure of how I expect to perform and how I expect to sort of play.
If you can't deal with the highs and the lows the way the game wants you to deal with them, then you're just not going to succeed as much as you want.
We're probably seen as favourites now this year, and I don't think anyone in the history of the Blast has defended their title. So there's obviously that looming over us as well.
When we do succeed, you have to make sure that you kind of make the most of it and cash in as much as you can.
So a huge stepping stone is getting over the line last summer, and we can hopefully go back to back this year.
Start, there'll still be plenty of people coming into the ground. All gone. Extravagant shot. One for Davey.
Yeah, pressure was building. Albert had got the boundary away. First ball of the over.
Oh, there's another. How big is this?
Well, the reaction is not only because of the wicket, but because of the drop. Remember, Overton himself, caught ball, dropped Vince earlier. And Nick through to Banton, he has 2 catches. That is the massive wicket. You are Somerset. Who do they want early? They want Vince. They've got Vince. 8 for 2. Somerset on top.
Into the leg side, fielder out there. It's gone for 6. Oh, another big shot, way out there. Massive.
Well, that's his shot, obviously. You bowl length to him and he sweeps it away or scoops it away for 6.
Oh, castled.
First ball, duck for Tom Preston. Looked a good delivery as well. Really good comeback. Did it do anything? Yeah, just nip back, clipping top of off. And this now an excellent start for Somerset. 3 wickets in 4 overs.
And that is smashed straight. And just long enough, just creeps over the boundary. How the game can change very quickly. Power play is finally done. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Right on the base of the stumps. That is excellent bowling. He's changed the pace over and over again. And just as that partnership was evolving, it is done.
Huge frustration there for Dawson. Difficult to get under that though, and he was also closing the face, looking to try and work it into the leg side.
It firmly down the ground and well. Boundary is a little bit in, and that's played into the hands of the batting side. Yep, gone. Just a little bit of bounce, which you wouldn't necessarily expect from Lewis Goldsworthy, who quite a kind of low arm, and he's not the tallest, but he's found the edge of the bat, and that's the 5th wicket to go.
Yeah, Michael Atherton calls it correctly. There wasn't any spin there, but it just bounced. There was a little kick that surprised McManus. Good catch from Banton.
Never out of it. Oh, trouble. Oh no, the underarm throw came in, and it was such a feeble one that it allowed the batsman to cross. And it is 50 for Joe Weatherly. It's come in 38 balls. There was a bit of panic to get there, but he can celebrate now.
There's always ways. Picked up, low full toss, and finally a bit of relief into the stands. Well, is there a massive mix-up, a huge mix-up after the 6 and creating some sort of impetus? It's just giving it away there, Fuller. Standing deep. And goes again, straight down the ground, mid-on, mid-off, up. Hello, ding-ding, runs are flowing.
Oh no, length ball. Quick, but length.
And again, has he got the distance? There's no one out there. He is motoring. What a change in dynamic here. Oh, he's got him. Davey has been in with key wickets today, and you feel that was another major one.
Full and straight, just a little bit fuller. Middle stump, just half a pint there, middle stump.
Bold, again, cleaning up. Davey's going well, 4 wickets. Just giving Curry no chance there, right in the block hole.
Excellent from Davey. Scottish international and all the experience there. He's nicked in, he's got 4 for him.
What a shot, what a shot. That was timing, full and a bit of wind and bottom hand. Well, he's gone high. There is a fielder underneath, and it's comfortable catch in the end. Out there at mid-wicket is Tom Abel, who does the work, just kept calm. Well, Mason Crane is left to do the final work, and a run out, again another run out. Well, they pick up the single, and importantly, that milestone of 150 comes up on the board.
To the left armour, Wood.
And just a hint of swing.
Should be gone. Yeah, good catch. Out in front of the Hollies. First wicket to the Hawks.
Yeah, he did well as well. He had to make up quite a lot of ground, did Tom Prest, and that's exactly what he did. That is a big wicket.
It's carried, yeah, good catch. Not an easy catch for James Vince at mid-on. Coming in smartly, diving low, takes a good one. On-field umpire is wrong, and I don't see how you can be on that replay. The catch was good.
Now he charges, mid-off, gone. They've lost 3 and it's a big wicket. Smead's gone. Oh, close, very close, Given first ball, Mason Crane. And Hampshire are starting to believe what a team they've been this summer. The comeback kings are at it again.
Someone coming to the crease under pressure, forcing them to play just straightened a fraction. He's trying to work it across the pad. This is a big moment. Hampshire, the underdogs.
Shot. Right in the gap.
Well, they're two dangerous players. Tom Abel, Lewis Gregory. Gregory playing just as a batsman.
What a magnificent shot that is. Effortless from Abel. Yeah! Knocked him over. Lewis Gregory, the skipper, will have to wander back to the dugout. Dawson in his last over has picked up the Somerset skipper.
Restricted him for any sort of room. He just shimmies away to the leg side and it's a full length that just rocks into leg stump.
Oh, that's out of here. Shortish boundary to that side, and that's got plenty on it. And it's a magnificent grab from the man in the Magnum PI shirt.
Same shot again. Just a single this time, but that'll take him through to 50. The captain is playing a lone hand here at the moment. That's gone a long, long way up, but it hasn't gone far enough. Should be taken. Is taken. That is an excellent bit of captaincy, excellent bit of bowling as well. Oh, has he got enough of that? That sounded very good. And that just creeps over the cushion. Full toss. Full toss hits straight into the Hollies. That is a massive over. All of a sudden, Somerset are back in this game. Oh, this time doesn't get enough of it. Picks out long on. Tom Prest is the man who takes the catch. This game is ebbing and flowing all the time. Oh, that sounds good. Is it enough? He's having a look. Oh, again, it just creeps over. And they are up out of their dugout, are the Somerset players. They watched and they wished that ball over the boundary.
Can he leave it to Davey? Should he leave it to Davey? You bet. And this is why he took the single. I bet you can hit a 6. He has done. What's it down to now? 2 off 3.
Okay, we're out in the middle for the toss. Lewis Gregory has the coin in hand. James Vince has the call. Tails was the call. Tails is one. James Vince, Hampshire have won the toss. What are you going to do?
We're going to have a bowl first.
Okay, and you're looking to complete the set, of course. You beat Gloucestershire on Friday night. Looking to complete the West Country set this afternoon.
Yeah, we had a good win Friday. Coming here is always a tough game, so get the boys up for it again and hopefully put in another good performance and get home with 2 points in the bag.
Okay, good luck today. Thank you very much. Lewis Gregory, Somerset captain, you happy with the choice there?
We would have had a bowl as well. It's a tough ground to defend, but we're going to have to go out bat well first up and then defend well with the ball.
Back at home today, and I assume looking forward to having this crowd, this bumper crowd today, right behind you as you look to get back to winning ways.
Yeah, absolutely. We're really well supported here. We're very lucky, and hopefully it's a gun crowd again today, and we can put on a performance.
There you go. Good luck today. Hampshire have won the toss then, and will bowl first.
As we hear, yes, James Vince winning the toss and electing to bowl first. Probably a bit of a head scratcher, if I'm honest, Sam, winning the toss at Taunton. Great place to bat first, pile on a massive score, but also pretty hard to defend. So you can chase big totals here. So I think it's one of those, as the captain, you wouldn't mind losing.
It feels like, though, the modern way, Triggs, is that teams like to bowl first because they just back themselves to chase down anything. I mean, you know in your head then, surely mentally as a batter, you can go out, you can know exactly what you need to get. And I reckon, I mean, it's not, well, the boundaries are never big here, but that's quite a short boundary towards the Somerset stand, so we could be in for some big scores.
Yeah, I agree. The pitch when I was out there earlier looked very, very firm. You obviously expect it to be a pretty good pitch here at Taunton. The bowlers have really got to be on their mettle. They've got to use the bouncer well. They've got to change the pace up. As soon as you become predictable, you tend to take quite a lot of damage here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's going to be a fascinating contest. Lots of amazing games over the years against Hampshire. So yeah, it's going to be a fascinating contest.
There's a bit of history between these two sides, isn't there? I mean, there was that 10, 11, 12 where Somerset reached 3 finals days in a row, as did Hampshire, and I think you played in a really high scoring game. Wasn't there a game where Somerset chased 200 plus? You got 70, 80 odd at the top of the order?
Yeah, I think it was quite a famous game for Mr. Strskothic, the chap whose stand we're sitting in. Yeah, I think he got a 13-150. So yeah, that was an incredible game. I think we chased like 217 in about 17 overs. So yeah, I mean, yeah, this fixture always produces good results, star-studded lineups. Looking forward to seeing who's got the nod to play for both sides.
It's that consistency for Hampshire, though, isn't it? I mean, I can't imagine we're not going to see Liam Dawson, James Vince, and Chris Wood, who's sort of the understated one in the Vince Dawson mould, but he's their leading ever T20 wicket taker. And I think he was playing back in 2010, 11, 12, wasn't he?
Yeah, he seems to be. Well, those three in particular seem to have been playing forever. One of the coaches out there now, Jimmy Adams, hitting some balls out to the fielders. He's a stalwart of the Hampshire environment, I suppose, for going on 20, 25 years now. So yeah, some real familiar faces. It was nice having a wander around earlier, chatting to the Somerset lads and seeing a few friendly faces.
Yeah, early days in the tournament. Somerset 1-1, lost to Hampshire the other way around. They won 2 after their win at Gloucester on Friday night, where they were also chasing. They lost their opening game to Surrey. I know it's all about momentum. Too early to really get a feel for where teams are, do you think? Yeah,
I think it's always nice to get off to a flyer, but you know, the depth and quality of the Somerset squad, you know, it's not the ideal start, but I don't think there's any sort of real reason to panic. You know, you see a lot of the teams actually, it's this phase is just about qualifying, isn't it, at the end of the day, and there's still plenty of games to play, and like I said, with the players at the disposal of head coach Jason Kerr, it's a very, very exciting lineup. But you know, like I said, winning and momentum can work both ways. You don't want to get on the wrong side of it. Brilliant game. You know, that was a game that I think all cricket fans would have loved to have seen on television. I mean, it was absolutely amazing, wasn't it? You know, Sam Billings' first 100,
amazing,
197 chased down. I mean, that's one of those games that I think in the Somerset dressing room you'd have just shrugged his shoulders and gone, what a great game of cricket to be involved in. But yeah, they certainly need to get a win under the belt, and no better day to start that than today. The ground's buzzing, there's lots of people in, hospitality's full. I felt very jealous walking through the hospitality, seeing some of the food and the snacks on offer. I think we might have to pop down at some stage, Sam.
I think you have the sort of notoriety to be able to. So I remember being at Lord's a few times, and Jeffrey Boycott does a thing where he basically just ambles around all the boxes and pops his heads in and tells a few stories and takes advantage of hospitality. I think you could probably do that. Me with my ECB accreditation probably doesn't quite cut the mustard.
Well, how many boxes do we have downstairs? 6, so that's at least 6 chicken wings for me. Happy days.
Oh, beautiful stuff. What was it like playing T20 for you here? I mean, is it the most exciting format? Is it the one that the players are most up for?
It's hard to say. I mean, I think it's fair to say that the T20, has the most razzmatazz. It probably has the biggest budget from the club as well, in terms of the fan village, the music, the extra stand put in. But I have to admit, I mean, and this dates back way before my time, towards the late 70s. One-day cricket, Somerset and cider is a box tick. It's a bucket list thing to do in the southwest. So any one-day cricket here at Taunton is fantastic. Sell-out crowds, great atmosphere. But the way that T20 has evolved, there's no doubt that the buzz in the town is that of, say, a top-level football game.
Absolutely.
Which is something.
Speaking of cider, we'll have the Thatcher's apple roll in the interval. So which year did you make your T20 debut? Because the tournament came in 2003. When did you first play?
Then.
You were one the remaining ones a couple of years ago.
I think it was me, Ravi and Samit Patel.
They're both still going. They're both scoring runs as well.
They're still going. I dipped out. I think there was like 3 of us left when I retired. So yeah, I had it was great. Obviously, I was brought up in the old school to try and bat for sessions and try and bat for days. And I remember vividly Pete Robinson, talking about this new format that was coming in. He was second team coach at Somerset at the time. 20 over cricket. That's what all the drunkards play on a midweek. It's going to be a right bun fight. No one's going to take that seriously. And look where we are now.
I remember just before the Ashes, England played Australia in the T20. If you look at the side, I think Strauss is batting at 7 or something like that. Like, it took a few years to evolve. For the kids now, they might think T20 has always been here. It hasn't always been like that. So let's have a little look back now to some T20 action back in 2006. It feels like so long ago.
Your age group, Biggin.
Steady. Are these bubbles anything to do with the machine, or is it you?
The screamer is back, the thing that goes up and down.
Really?
No.
I put petrol in instead of diesel, not now. Got an email from Rebecca. My dad did exactly the same. He's 53 and he's having senior moments. I'm not as old as your dad, Rebecca. I'm probably about 46.
Just making a cup of tea, ready for bed, and a ball comes through your window.
Box has just turned up here. All right, I'm here. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. I haven't said a word.
Don't get him upset, please.
Quicker delivery again. Sarso has played!
Oh, yes, direct hit. Oh, that's big. That is huge. That's gone out of here. Oh, no, it hasn't. His man's just in front.
Yeah, some of the lighter moments from 2020. You've got the right petrol in your car.
Yeah, everything's sorted this year. It's down at Taunton as well. It's great fun, isn't it? The cricket is absolutely magnificent. It's amazing what happens outside of the game. It's great fun.
It is great fun. It is absolutely amazing how much the players love it as well. Now, Matt Floyd has been looking at the rise of the phenomenon, which is 2020.
It all started on the 13th of June 2003 when the Sussex Sharks took on the Hampshire Hawks at the Rose Bowl. No one could have predicted the excitement that was to follow after a slightly inauspicious start.
2020 has liftoff. Liftoff for the ride. That's absolutely ginormous.
Great ball. That's it, what a catch!
meeting Britney Spears later. The game has now been signed up at international level. England have played 2 matches against Australia and Sri Lanka to packed houses.
I think it's very, very exciting. Pro 2020, I think it's good for cricket. We needed that game. It's exciting for as far as the spectators are concerned, which is very important. I find that the players really enjoy it.
At the end of the day, it's entertainment for the crowd. If we can entertain the crowd, that's the way we go.
The crowd certainly weren't disappointed. Last summer, England's demolition of Australia set the tone for one of the most tense and exciting Ashes series in living memory. And it's not just over here where the game has taken off. With the first 2020 World Championship to be staged next September in South Africa, 2020 fever has gripped most, but not yet all, of the cricketing world.
I think people are accepting it more and more, especially because of how successful it has been in the UK. And if the UK, if England can embrace it, then I'm sure the rest of the world will want to, because England is always going to be very conservative. And the fact that they've done it well and it's been very successful, the rest of the world realize that it's a good way to go.
For test matches, the stands are full. For the one-day games, it's more than full. So India hasn't had the problem of people turning up and watching cricket matches, so probably they don't realise the importance of 2020.
Didn't know how it really was going to work in Australia, but we played our first round of domestic games last year. We got great crowds, and even the season before that, we played a couple of associations out here, 12 months, and we got sellout crowds as well. So it's really taken off.
Back in England, the profile of the 2020 competition as a marketable brand has been rising each year, allowing most counties, both large and small, to cash in heavily. None have taken to the new format more wholeheartedly than Leicestershire, who have made finals day on all 3 years so far and won the competition in 2004. For them, 2020 is more than just a bit of fun.
It's become the climax of the season where we fill the ground. We get anywhere between 4,000 and 6,000 depending on the opposition. I guess for a normal C&G type game, we'd probably get 1,500. For county championship game, 700 or 800. So it's a big money spinner.
We're seeing the hospitality numbers grow sufficiently so that we've had to bring in an additional marquee this year to cope with the numbers, and then next year, obviously, we're looking at increasing the number of boxes that we have.
Women particularly, I think, you said which sport would turn them on the most. I think cricket used to turn them on more than football, actually. And I think the 2020, it's shorter, it's faster, it's more dynamic. I think introduces a different dimension to the game. I think they want to see that.
We're entertainers, we love doing well in big crowds. And those finals are what it's all about. In a way, it's our test matches. If you're never going to play for England, or not going to play for England, then these are your Lord's finals. And it's fantastic.
But it's not only the commercial side of things that have changed. During its short history, 2020 has evolved on the field, with players improvising and developing new techniques.
I think the first couple of years, people just went out there and expressed themselves, whether they won or whether they didn't win. I think nowadays people are really making sure there's a plan and they're sticking to their plans. And I think that's what we did very well in the last couple of years. We had our plans, we stuck to our plans, we took our egos out of the game. Game plan was everything. 120 balls is a lot of balls.
Every year, batsmen are becoming more innovative and new shots are being displayed, and I think it's fantastic for the game. And a lot of that type of cricket can be transformed into normal one-day cricket and even four-day cricket.
Batters have worked out areas to score, to go for fours and sixes and boundaries, and bowlers have had to get a little bit canny.
So the new format is undoubtedly still growing. The game is getting more popular by the day and has managed to bring cricket to a wider audience while adding to both the commercial and technical sides of the game. But what next for 2020?
We're trying to globalise the game of cricket, and especially in America, where they find cricket very boring and confusing. If we play the shorter version of the game, I'm pretty sure that they will catch on.
It's just important that maybe we play less tests or less one-days and they bring in the 2020. How they do it is a very difficult job, but it'd be nice to see a few more 2020s at international.
Yes, that was then. This is now 18 years ago, it feels like. A long time ago. Sam Dalling alongside Pete Trigo and Stephen Lamb today for Somerset versus Hampshire in the Vitality Blast. Our thanks as ever to Virtue Motors, who are sponsoring the live stream for this competition. Now, let's have a look at the Hampshire side. Remember, James Vince won the toss and elected to field about 10-15 minutes ago, and they are unchanged. They've actually only made one change in the entire competition. Ali Orr broke his arm in the first game, so Nick Gubbins came in for him, but otherwise they have been a pretty settled lineup and a pretty strong lineup as well. Triggs as well. Who catches your eye in there?
Yeah, well, the obvious pretenders, I guess. You've got James Vince, Nick Gubbins, fine players at the top of the order. Excited to see Ben McDermott. Joe Weatherly's been around a bit now, but I think they're just like you say, they're a workman-like group, some talent. A lot of them play real good sort of classic cricket shots as well, which I like to see. Very, very fine players. And always a bit of a danger man that in the middle order. Maybe not always in Hampshire colours. Benny Howell, James Fuller, two very dangerous lower middle order players to keep an eye out for. And Liam Dawson, he has a knack of Somerset getting ahead, and then Hampshire, under a bit of pressure, Dawson comes in and does the business time and time again. So he'll be a very key wicket at some stage.
Yeah, looking forward to watching John Turner as well. Real pace. I mean, he's one of those players that burst onto the scene last year. He came from nowhere, suddenly was on an England tour in the Caribbean. So they like the look of him. And Michael Nisa, who would be so important because they had Nathan Ellis for the last couple of years. He was absolutely exceptional for them. He's over at the T20 World Cup. So they've gone Aussie for Aussie. Aussie at the top of the order as well. Ben McDermott absolutely smashes it. So a strong side, the Hampshire Hawks. But let's have a look at that Somerset lineup. Defeat to Kent on Friday night. Remember, couple of changes. Riley Meredith, Somerset's overseas Aussie quick. He comes back in for Sonny Baker. And Josh Davey, who is in for Jake Ball. Now, those of you who were watching on Friday might remember that Jake pulled up during the fifth ball of his third over at Kent. He's just about okay. He was out there bowling, doing a bit of work with the physios this morning, but he's left out as a precaution. So Josh Davey comes in. Triggs again. Who's standing out for you there?
Well, it's probably fair to say, even being slightly partisan, that is some kind of a lineup. The way that Will Smead in particular was hitting the ball at Canterbury on Friday night. I mean, he's in some form, but they've got a seriously powerful batting lineup. Smead, Banton, Kohler, Cadmore, Abel. I mean, that is a hell of a top four. If one of them gets going, I mean, anything's possible with that lineup. Lewis Gregory's been in some pretty good touch. And from the ball, obviously, really excited to see Riley Meredith. That first game, he got the ball zipping through, and then you've got that wily skill of Josh Davey just nipping the ball around. And being a fresh pitch, he might come into it at some stage with that new ball. But all in all, I think any Somerset fan would be pretty happy to see that lineup.
To talk a bit about Craig Overton, I know we like talking about him, but I actually watched Ollie Robinson bowl for Sussex against Surrey. They had a huge win up at the Oval. And for all the way that there's this innovation in T20, actually having a more traditional bowler who bowls tight to the stumps and bowls 3 or 4 overs up top, just trying to hit the top of off stump, can actually work pretty well.
Yeah, I think with all the great shots, the ramps, the scoops, the slog sweeps you see, most batters, they want to get in, and the hardest ball to get in and feel comfortable against is that ball that is hovering around the top of off, swinging away. Every batter needs to see a few balls, and when you've got someone of the skill of Craig Overton, just getting the ball to rise off of length is pretty hard to hit, because you think if you hold your shape and you try and hit him back over his head, a little bit of bounce that he can offer is top edge city, which can get you wicket. And like I said, he's a pretty high skilled bowler these days, so he was crucial to Somerset's performances last year, and very unusually bowling 4 straight through. So I'm wondering if that's what we'll see again today.
He's done it a little bit, hasn't he? The last couple of years he's bowled 3 quite often, occasionally 4. Top edge city up by Western somewhere on the which junction's that?
Next to Wells.
Both fine cities. I'm looking forward to seeing Riley Meredith. I don't know. I know we're all obsessed with pace. The ECB certainly are these days, but there's something about watching a genuine quick.
Yeah, he certainly gets the ball through. Watched him, plenty of times in the mornings with a cup of tea in me hand, watching him bowl in the Big Bash. Yeah, he's certainly exciting. Sporting the tash as well. So he's almost looking like a cousin of Ben Green. So I'm sure he'll be outstanding to watch at some stage later on today. Hopefully he's defending a relatively sizable total.
Yeah, what do we reckon Somerset are looking at here? I mean, 200 feels like just par, standard par here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Yeah, I always think that 200's on pretty much any wicket is slightly above par, but you'd say like a 185, 190 is a par here at Taunton. Anything less than that, I think you've got to bowl exceptionally well. But you know, I think to get 200, you've got to lay that platform early. You know, you need a good power play of 9-10 runs and over, but you can't lose too many wickets because you can score so many runs at the back end here at Taunton. And for me, it's about taking responsibility. It's absolutely crucial that one of those top 4 batters gets to 60, 70, 80, and all the stats say that if one of your top 4 bats through towards the back end of an innings, you've got a really high chance of posting a winning total. So that's what Somerset will be looking forward to. But the way that our batters go about things, bar maybe Tom Abel, I think the other 3 that bat at the top, they're out there for a good time, not a long time.
Yeah, it's slightly surreal though, or not surreal, but odd, because the power play on Friday night, Somerset were 67 without loss, whereas against Kent they were against Essex in the first game they were a couple down. So it's strange how I think T20 is wonderful form of the game because it can switch so quickly. I mean, Kent would have been thinking 37 for 4, this is down and out, but actually you can turn the game around very quickly.
Yeah, it's not an exact science how you go about a power play, but I think we've got a lot of good players, but I think the great players, they get off to flyers and then they take responsibility and put the game out of sight. I still think that's the development for some of our younger players. They get their 50s, their 60s. You look back in history, the really elite players, if they get a flyer and get to 50, 60 off 30 balls, they make the opposition pay. They take their innings deep, and that's what the team requires. So be interesting to see if that can happen a little bit more often. We get some great starts and then we give it away. Can we just go that extra mile?
Well, are we putting one of the men in the opposition camp in that bracket? Because James Vince, he's got 4 of the best 5 Hampshire scores in T20 cricket. He's got 500s, a 99 not out, a 93 not out, a 90 not out, 4 scores not out in the 80s, and he's a big reason as to why they've been so successful in this format.
Yeah, he's definitely for years now, he's the key to the innings, isn't he? You feel like as a bowler against him, an opposition against him, that you've got to get him out or he's going to hurt you. He's one of those real sort of high-end players that if he bats 15 overs, they're going to post a pretty serious score. And I think historically, as you mentioned there with his stats, he's pretty keen on going big when he gets himself in.
Yeah, he is a class act, been out and scored a lot of runs in the Big Bash. There are a few of the Somerset coaches, as you can see, Jason Kerr just gone and taken his seat down there. Hampshire getting ready to head out there. Stumpy as well, I'm sure he will be involved in some format. I see Middlesex have streamlined Pinky the Panther, by the way, this year after some of their failures at last finals day races. Pinky the Panther is a little bit streamlined, so I wonder if Stumpy might be due the same treatment. Did you ever do that when you played? Bit of Stumpy action?
Absolutely not. Have you ever smelt that costume?
No, Harry Everett's been in it a few times though. So
exactly, and we have to sit next to him for a couple of hours. No, I think being sort of velvet, burgundy, I think I'd be pretty accurate to say that it's probably 110 degrees inside the Stumpy outfit on a sunny day here at Taunton. So after a couple of laps, I mean, wow.
Yeah, it's not quite 110 degrees today. It's a little bit windy. Trees, you've been out there a little bit earlier on having a look at the pitch. So let's go and have a look at what you had to say.
Afternoon, a beautiful Sunday here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset taking on Hampshire after an amazing game at the St Lawrence Ground against Kent. 197 chased down Sam Billings, a magnificent 100, so an amazing game of cricket. Hopefully that can be replicated today. Feedback from the ground staff is the wicket looks pretty hard, and I think, going by the look of it, that little 4 metre drill bit struggling to get into the surface, but head groundsman Nick Pepper says that it is a lot harder, firmer than the previous home game. So we're expecting pace, we're expecting bounce. An exciting day here lies in store. Somerset need to bounce back after Friday night.
Is that standard practice, Triggs, drilling into a pitch?
Well, it did catch me by surprise a little bit, seeing the old 4mm DeWalt drill going into the wicket. But no, I think they put some sort of hardometer, if that's even a thing. Yeah, a little
Probably
contraption
not.
there just to test I think it's something to do with the pitch report, the moisture content, how hard the wicket is. There's a couple of contraptions that go out there. But yeah, it's not every day you see the DeWalt drill in action.
You say it's a club thing. I saw you marching out there with your tool belt earlier on. It's just you having a little bit of fun. There we can see the players gathering by the dugouts, and we can see we've got a little Virtu Motors car there. I think it's going to bring out the match ball for us. We see J-Lo placing the ball in place, him playing his part. But yeah, that little Virtu Motors vehicle. Presume there's no actual human driver in there. I don't know who in the Somerset side might be able to jump into that one. And we're going to get the ball brought out into the middle for us. How about that?
We might have brought a pass player back. Johan Myberg, I think he could fit in that. I think that looks like a Range Rover.
It's not bad.
Better keep an eye on it. They're apparently quite easy to nick these days, aren't they, Range Rovers? So I keep hearing on the news. Better keep your eye on it down there, guys. Mike Burns, the umpire, he'll have that away in no time.
I wouldn't know, yeah. Mike Birds and Nigel Long are on their way out into the middle. Just remember, Hampshire Hawks won the toss. James Vince, their skipper, will lead them out, and they are going to bowl. And just behind them, at the back of your screen there, you can see William Smead and Thomas Banton, the Somerset openers. It's always a joy to watch those two.
How good's that little Range Rover going out there? The Virtu Motors Range Rover bringing the ball out. That is quality. I want to know who's in control of that thing. He's going on a bit of a tangent, that's for sure. I think it's our man J-Lo driving that thing. I'm not sure he's going to pass his radio controlled test by the looks of his driving skills. Being from Weston-super-Mare, it'd be nice to see that little car go out to the middle and do a donut like we used to do as kids down on the beach.
Was it on the beach? Was there a local kind of... It was the bowling, and Hollywood Bowl in Taunton was where everyone seemed to hang out on a Friday night.
Yeah, well, we've got that wonderful seafront in Weston-super-Mare. Your first car, you get a nice set of 14-inch alloys on it and a Jan Speed exhaust, and away you go. A few donuts on a Friday night, happy days. Look at that. I mean, that is the evolution of the game, isn't it? How cool is that?
Are we talking about how you wallowed in defeat post Somerset's loss at Kent on Friday here, Triggs?
Well, I'll tell you what, I was following that on the internet. It was a fascinating game, that's for sure.
It certainly was. Right, well, we're about to see, I think that's Michael Neser, the Australian international, with ball in hand. He's played a little bit of white ball cricket for Australia. He's played a little bit of Test cricket. He's one of those men who has been perennially 12th man. He has followed that side around for 3 or 4 years. He hasn't followed them around. He's been part of the squad.
Looks like a strong unit, doesn't he? Eh? I always think, you know, him, guys like Ben Hilfenhaus, Pete Siddle, guys that just like solid Aussies, massive set of shoulders, smashes the deck.
Banton's going to face first. One slip in. Big swing and a miss early up. Yeah, had a bit of success in the Big Bash. He won the 2024 tournament with our very own Matt Renshaw. As we have a look at the amount of effort he put into that one, he ended up on the deck. I'm not sure that's great for the pitch.
Oh, nice little bit of nibble away there, a little bit of shape. Challenging that top of off stump, as you mentioned earlier, what Craig Overton does so well. That would be very much the MO for Michael Neser, just to smash and hover around that off stump. Banton's looked to fillet that through the covers. That very modern field they've set with the gully out. Deep line gully, he's going to get a bit of work. Can he catch up with it? A massive dive, great bit of work out there.
Benny Howe, your man.
By Benny Howe, that's a fantastic piece of fielding. That would have been 4 a couple of years ago. That's almost a field that I first saw pop up in the IPL, actually, having a very, very fine third man in the ring. I think it's Turner there. You've got the slip, Dawson, and then that gully line fielder. Out for the slash. Neser to Banton. Respected. That's the perfect delivery when you start your bowling spell, just hovering around the off stump. You always have it in your in the back of your mind when you bowl to someone like Banton. Is he going to go down on one knee and flick it over the wicket keeper, or reverse switch hit you, or something crazy like that? Banton, I think he started to invest a little bit more time early on in his innings just to give himself a little bit of a chance.
Well, there was that flick. I think it's going to fall safe. Cover was interested for a little while. Banton wasn't quite sure where it went. Nick Gubbins scrambling around. I think he's just has. Maybe did it hit him in the helmet? Does he have to have a mandatory check here? I think.
It was deflected, wasn't it? But it's probably. It looked like it made contact with the helmet at some stage. It looked like he's gloved it onto maybe the shoulder onto the helmet. He'll have his very modern 3D printed helmet checked out by Jamie Thorpe, who's out there.
How does that work? I've heard a lot about these 3D printed things. I've never seen it in action. It's literally a printer. Not quite your old HP photocopier.
I think they, from my understanding, they scan your head. They have a contraption that they scan your head with the shape of it, I suppose. And then I'm assuming insist you don't go for a really short haircut the day after. And then they obviously make the inside of the helmet to the shape of your head, so it's a much better fit.
He's got a big grin on his face there, Tom Banton. There's a series of questions I think you have to be asked. You get asked what day it is and to count backwards from 10 or something. He's just saying it's hit.
Often the questions I think you'd struggle to answer. Unconcussed.
You or you're talking about
months of the year backwards.
Oh, ouch! Yeah,
I used to get to like October and have a bit of a stall. So, do you concuss, Sam? Months of the year backwards, please.
December, November, October, September, October, July, June, May.
You said
April.
October 3 times already.
No, surely not.
Sam, 10 days off, mate. You're concussed. Sorry, pal.
Well, with the busy schedule, Triggs, it'd be nice to sit down, put my feet up. He's all right. Jamie Thorpe smiling, Tom Banton smiling. Will Smead on strike for the first time today.
Nisa's on his backside again as Smead back foot drives through the offside and picks up a couple of runs off his first ball. He's obviously got a bit of an issue with his studs. He's calling to the changing room for maybe a new set of tyres, new set of Michelins to put on.
So would it be the different length of spike, types of spike? What would he might change, or just a new pair of boots?
Hard to say from here, but they might be an old pair. They've worn down a little bit, or maybe a different brand. Really hard to say. Bowlers, cricketers are funny creatures, aren't they, with their superstitions and habits. Nice piece of bowling and a good shot there from Will Smead. Tidy over there and attacking over there from Hampshire, and I like that. Somerset have navigated it relatively well. They've picked up 5 runs. Both batters off the mark, which will make everyone feel a little bit confident. Chris Wood grabs the ball off the skipper, and he's going to bowl from the Trescothick stand end. Now, there's going to be a highlights package today, no doubt, but I really do want to hear the rerun of your effort.
Did I say October more than once?
I think you went something like December, November, October, September, October.
I think I said August. Did I?
There was.
It is really hard.
You would have been sent to the naughty step anyway. Well, Michael Neese has just popped off to change his tyres.
Yeah,
looks like a nice set of Adidas bowling spikes are going to get switched out.
They're in colour sync though, aren't they? There's yellow. Right, here's Wood, left-hander. One slip in to Banton. Hits him over the top. First boundary of the day. That one just plugged in the outfield, actually. Not a rapid outfield.
That's a very friendly delivery there. Chris Wood can't bowl length and width here at Taunton. Banton's going to capitalise on that, as he has done there. Bowler immediately under a little bit of pressure.
And that slip immediately comes out. Extra fielder in at cover. Liam Dawson goes in to cover. Nick Gubbins at point. The back point as well. Short third. It's a good run there into James Fuller, who's at mid-wicket. And actually, Ben McDermott did quite well because he hit the stumps directly there, did James Fuller, and Ben McDermott was backing up, but he was slightly wrong-footed, had to tumble away and potentially save a run. And there's Tom Cadmore. Now he's got those things on his neck. Have you heard about those? Cadmore. on the back of his neck to kind of prevent the brain wobbling around too much. I think it's an American football thing.
Yeah, I've heard about it, I've seen it, I've asked the questions. Not sure if it falls into the category of any sort of faux science. There's a lot of those sort of contraptions around for sports people. If it works for him, as whatever, Will Speed's on is working for him. He slashed that over the point. Another length wide delivery from Chris Wood. Just can't bowl there at Taunton. Somerset batters will be licking their lips if he continues to bowl out there.
Yeah. Will Smeed, very wristy player, so strong behind square on both sides. It's a short boundary up towards that Somerset stand. Couple off the over already. Make that free. It wasn't convincing from Will Smeed. It was a thickish outside edge. Ball maybe didn't get up. Chris Wood just has a word looking back, but its third man was up in the ring.
Another length ball outside off stump, and I've got to be honest, I think you're lucky if that doesn't go for 4. I know it's not a true shot, but with the field that they've set, you know, you're not going to get away with too many of those, as he hasn't. So a nice little flyer here from Somerset, moving on rapidly to 18 runs. Better line there from Chris Wood, on to off stump.
Looking pretty full around here now, the Cooper Associates county ground. Sunshine poking its head out. That's how to last action on a Sunday afternoon. Somerset versus Hampshire. If you're just joining us, welcome. We'll keep an eye on the live stream comments. Dot ball to end the over. So 2 overs gone, 19 without loss, Somerset. Let's go and find Dano. I think it's down in the Trade Nation stand.
Okay, give us a cheer if you're in the Trade Nation stand this afternoon. Give us a wave and you might see yourself on screen.
Starting to populate, well, the Trade Nation stand. That temporary construction for T20. Those 4s and 6s on it. I tell you, when you walk in the gates on a T20 day, you just get thrust, loads of little bits of memorabilia, 4s and 6 signs.
Everyone loves the Trade Nation stand, don't they?
Oh, they do. They do. Are we going to see a change, or are we going to still see Nisa? I think it's still Nisa. Change of boots, but still Nisa. Let's see if new wheels can keep him upright.
He's gone for the medium compound tyre. Comes charging in from the river end. Smeed guides our way through that gully region, keeping Benny Howell busy out there on the boundary. Lovely set of hands Will Smeed's got. Plays beautifully through the offside when he's in good touch, and when he goes slightly too straight and into his hip, he'll hit you about 100 metres over square. He absolutely crushes the ball that's bowled in towards him. Banton over the big hack. Is that a nick? Straight through McDermott. Oh, that's an edge and a pretty ordinary piece of wicket keeping there. Yeah, straight off the thick edge. A regulation catch for McDermott, and he's put that one down. His fellow countryman will be fuming.
Yeah, dropped on 8. Could that be costly? You'd expect, most wicketkeepers, you expect Ben McDermott to take that 99 times out of 100.
And Mother Cricket strikes again. A drop catch followed by a boundary. How many times do we see that? All those club cricketers out there watching this live stream will know that feeling. An LBW that's turned down by the umpire that you think's dead, your mate dropping a catch. You might as well not bowl the next one, had you? You know it's going for 4.
And that one was upish as well. It wasn't on the ground. Backward point was interested for half a second. Nisa will be ticking. He's had an interesting first couple of overs.
Another swipe away. That's going to carry to that fielder, Benny Howell. Smeed goes, caught by Benny Howell in that deep gully area. As mentioned earlier, and Somerset lose their first wicket. It was all going so well. Michael Neese's steam coming out of his ears has just slowed down a little bit, and a very sort of like iffy high five with McDermott to celebrate the wicket.
Yeah, let's have a look at that one. That busy action of Neese. It was in the slot. It was in the slot to be hit down the ground. Will Smead much stronger behind square. He was trying to work it into the leg side, gets a thick outside edge. And Benny Howe hiding away from us down there at deep third or deep back of square. Comfortably takes the catch.
Just losing his shape there. Just needed to keep a bit of left side into that one a little bit longer. The bottom hand came through. Just brought the top edge in. Bottom hand he uses so well on most of his shots. The way that he plays through the offside, but he's just swung away from him slightly and brought that leading edge, which is dismissal. Shame there for Will Smead. He was looking in pretty good form. Cola Cadmore to the crease.
The second of Taunton's triptych of Toms. Banton and Cola Cadmore out there in the middle. Abel next. Slips back in, Liam Dawson. He's going to start with a boundary, Cola Cadmore. That was a proper cricket shot as well. Just swiped away through the offside. Gubbins can only chase that one up towards the Trade Nation stand, retrieve the ball. Nice start from Cola Cadmore. Let's have a look at that side on. Nothing Gubbins could do about that. Decent start run rate wise for Somerset. Just lost that one wicket. Finishes with a dot. 3 overs gone. Somerset having been put in by James Vince. 29 for 1. There we go. See Family Day on screen. The Metro Bank One Day Cup comes up during August. Somerset start here against Derbyshire all day on Sunday. Tickets available now online. Plenty of activities for all the family. So well worth heading down. Good chance of sunshine as well Sunday. Somerset don't play Derbyshire very often, so a chance to see something a little bit different. As we see something a little bit different from the microscopic pavilion. And John Turner, the man with genuine pace. Already on the radar of England selectors. Been out to the West Indies on a tour.
He played a couple of weeks ago against my son, and my lad said he had a bit of pace about him. It was certainly an eye-opener for my 16-year-old, so it'd be nice to see if he's right. He certainly skids it through, that's for sure. I've just been doing a bit of research. Cola Cadmore's neck device.
Oh yeah? You reading my interview with him?
Yeah, I don't know.
No.
It increases the blood in the venous structures, reducing harmful internal movement of the brain. Apparently, so if you get struck on the helmet, the brain wobbles around a little bit less than it should do, hence less damage. So
I can see why in American football, if it does work, I can see why American footballers will want it, and I can also see the logic. I mean,
so I imagine it slightly strangles you a little bit to keep the blood in the top of your head.
The thing is with TKC,
I wonder if your toes go numb. I'll have to ask him.
Flicks.
Banton flicks. Oh, drops short. Michael Niss, a great bit of field in there. He'd have had his heart in his mouth there.
TKC got that nasty blow in the head playing in the Pakistan Super League a couple of years ago, and it took him a while to come back from that. Actually, he had to almost start again, build it up slowly. Even the following summer when he was at Yorkshire, he was doing 5 minutes on the bike, then leaving it to see if he was okay the next day. So I think he's taking extra precautions. No extra precautions there though. That's hoiked into the leg side. I think it's going to plug short of the boundary. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 4 runs.
Real bright start from Cola Cadmore. He's obviously got a lot of blood in his brain today. He's absolutely flying. What a great start from TKC, as he's been nicknamed.
Or Pepsi, I think they call it.
Pepsi, yeah. Pepsi or number 2. We went on a franchise trip, and we were fielding sub 1 and fielding sub 2 for the whole trip. So that was what we called each other. Maybe TKC does suffer with, a shortage of blood flow to the brain. He's got odd-coloured shoes, so obviously he has to remind himself which is the left, which is the right. He's a belter of a lad and a fine player. Nice to see him get a few goes in the IPL. Beautifully flicked off the pads from Banton. Will he push for 2? Yes, he will. Benny Howard, had a busy start to the day. He's covering some yardage out there.
And the over then, 39 for 1. As you can see, that's in the commentary box. Virtu Motors behind us. Do send in your photos as well. Tag at Virtu Motors in them too, and we will have some of the best ones on screen. So show us your photos. Where are you watching from the game? Whether you're in the ground or at home, or as Harry Everett is, probably fielding somewhere at square leg with his phone out watching the game. I think he's at North Perrott today. Send your photos in.
He'll be badgering away somewhere with the old Harry. Woody having a change of ends here from the river end, bowling to Kola Cadmore, who will be definitely eyeing up that short leg side boundary. He's come down the wicket and had a fair old swoosh at that.
I'm not sure whose follow through was longer there. I don't know. Wood and Kola Cadmore almost met in the middle by the time he finished.
Could have been a clash of heads.
Tom would be all right.
Oh, he'd be fine, wouldn't he? He's got his device on. Oh, he's clothed that one. He's gone. Kola Cadmore. Massive send-off there from Woody. Kola Cadmore has eyed up that leg side boundary and he's clothed it straight to James Vincent. Mid-off. Chris Wood has enjoyed that. Let's have a look at the replay when it comes. It's just got a bit big on him. On the stickers of the bat, on the splice. Absolutely no power behind it. Just dollied up to Captain James Vince.
I think what I really enjoyed was Chris Wood's case of mistaken identity, because he assumed the batters had run. So started to give his send-off to the batter at the non-striker's end, realised it was Tom Banton, and then turned around and screamed at Kola Cadmore. 199 T20 wickets, that is, for Chris Wood now. Almost all of them, all bar a dozen, have come for Hampshire, just 12 in the 100. But he's a bit like James Hildreth in that he was a one-club man. Only played T20 for Somerset, and Chris Wood, but for the 100, would only have played for Hampshire. 199, he's got Tom Abel, next batter in.
Yeah, as we spoke about at the top of the show, one of these two batters going to have to put a sizable contribution together, get a partnership going. The run rate's fine, just shy of 10s, but those 2 wickets, obviously a little bit of a hammer blow from a Somerset perspective. I think the Hampshire bowlers have bowled pretty well so far, bar the Chris Wood first over. I think they've been pretty accurate for the most part. Some good shots being played, but Banton on 13 off 11 balls, so certainly no flyer. Tom Abel will just need a few balls just to get himself going here at Taunton. Woody into the pitch and swatted out to deep square. He's got away with that one. Gone for the bouncer to a short leg side boundary, so it's a brave piece of bowling there from Chris Wood. 199 T20 wickets, what a top effort that is.
What do you reckon he finished with?
Nowhere near that.
Kind of a fair
Didn't
bit.
really bowl a great deal in T20 cricket, in fairness, especially towards the back end, when the old Labrador at hips crept in and the old body started failing.
Coming out right now, though, isn't it? Yeah, club cricket.
Not against these boys, though, crikey.
You have to do 10 overs off the reel, or can he come back?
Oh, 4 spells yesterday. I'm walking very gingerly up these stairs today, that's for sure, Samuel.
Power tools will come in handy. I'm going to nip out at the end of this over because we've got a debutant on commentary.
Beautiful, classic cover drive from Tom Abel, bunted through. Extra cover. Benny Howe doing yet again more chasing. And that ends the 5th over. Somerset to 43. 43 for 2. As we can see, nice full stands here at Somerset. Enjoying the Starting everyone settle down into their seats. They've got their first couple of drinks, a few snacks. There's some brilliant food stalls out in the car park at the moment. If you are here and listening on the Virtue Motors headsets, grab yourself a snack. Between the carnage, Nisa coming back into the attack, and welcome to the crease for the first time in T20 cricket, Stephen Lamb.
Thank you for that roll of drums, Treeks.
Dum dum dum, no
Lovely.
pressure. Well, I'll tell you what, you've got big shoes to fill, because we've had 3 Octobers, and Sam said that 9 times out of 100, McDermott should have caught that catch. Oh wow, what's happened there? James Fuller at mid-wicket.
He's
a little bit of a yes, no, and nearly a sorry.
It was nearly Tom Banton run out. Had to dive for safety. Brilliant throw. 1.5 stumps to aim at.
Yeah, splendid
He
piece
did
of
well.
fielding, but I think the right call made by Tom Abel. He'd have probably got about halfway down. He'd have been able to give Banton a few choice words from close proximity if he'd have taken that run. So very good from the Somerset man. Banton stepping away to leg, following him, but following him a bit too much down the leg side and a wide.
Yeah, that was a pretty straightforward call for Nigel Long. So, yeah, must be one of the youngest ever debutants, Triggs.
Well, yeah, you're looking fresh for it, Stephen. I mean, why wouldn't you make your T2000?
A long way up in the air.
I'm not even going to guess your age, but that is a great shot from Tom Banton over mid on one bounce into the ropes for 4.
Terrific. Always looked as though it was just about going to get there.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to go for 6. I don't know if there's any wind around. I know the flags that are around the ground are waving a little bit, but they look like they're going across the ground from left to right. If you're looking from the Trescothic stand, then maybe not quite out of the middle.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of aerial strokes not quite reach the boundary as well.
That's a wonderful cricket shot from Tom Banton. Had a conversation with head coaches generally talking about cricket, batting and various things. Now being a coach myself, getting some tips off the main man. And he did actually mention that he used Tom Banton as one of the examples of what he was trying to describe and how hard he's working on his game at the moment. And certainly that shot is testament to that.
It looks good when it's executed properly, doesn't it? It's one of the best looking strokes. Straight drive.
Yeah, I mean, all the work he's done in red ball cricket to get the scores that he's got, certainly showing today. Another shot with a really good technique, and that is going to be 4 runs. I'd be amazed if it's not. He was lying on the ropes when he's... Oh,
it's not going to be
referee.
signalled.
He was lying on the rope when it flicked his hand the second time, as we see there.
Oh, I think at the last gasp it was
referee.
Foot on the rope, hand on the ball.
Benefit of the doubt, though, I suppose, to the fielder. It was a good effort. No cameras available today, so we move on. Nisa into Banton. Oh, return catch. What a great bit of fielding that is from the bowler. Banton goes for 24. You have to say that is an exceptional piece of cricket from the Hampshire man.
Yeah, it was low down, just dying on him as well, and that's a big wicket because Banton was looking in cracking form. Another look at it. Oh, it was just about to hit the ground as he took it. Great effort by Michael Nisa.
Yeah, that's a fantastic piece of skill, athleticism. So difficult to take catches like that after you've just bowled a ball.
And don't worry about the elbows either.
Oh,
don't worry about the scrapes.
Well, he'll be picking them up off the floor later, won't he? There'll be plenty of Nisa DNA on the Cooper Associates County ground for many years to come, dug into the length of the wicket. In comes Sean Dixon, the hero from last year's T20 finals day. And he's certainly going to have to make a sizable contribution today, as we have a look at walking out to the crease. Looks pretty confident what he's doing. He hasn't had an amazing start. to his season in 4-day cricket.
This is going to be the last ball of the power play from Nisa.
I mean, the one thing that Somerset fans will be confident with is the run rate, and Sean Dixon has just clipped one off of his pads. He's get off the mark for 458 runs, which you'd have to say, in terms of the runs, is a pretty successful power play. Just those 3 wickets. It's going to be all about one of these two taking responsibility and getting that 50, 60 run score. Very hard to call that at this stage.
There's the match sponsor on your screen, Southwest Cleaning Equipment, thanks to them.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the half-time apple rolling that we have here, courtesy of Thatcher's, the boss of Southwest Cleaning. Gooders, he's going to be out there rolling that apple. He's got a fresh set of Gucci trainers on. I really hope there's a wet spot over there and he goes... I can't say the word I was going to use. I hope he falls over and makes a mess of them new shoes.
Would it be based on the cheese rolling up
Something
at Cooper's
like that,
Hill
yeah.
in Gloucestershire?
It's Cooper Associates County Ground version of. Liam Dawson into the attack, straight out of the power play, as he often does for Hampshire. Takes an awful lot of wickets for the club. Clipped into the leg side to get off.
I think Hampshire would be pretty pleased to have those 3 wickets at this stage of the game. But honours pretty much even?
I'd say maybe just in Hampshire's favour, just because of the 3 wickets they have taken. The 3 powerhouses, really, not taking anything away from the other Somerset players, but in terms of those enormous destructive innings that played, it's just dived, made a wonderful save, but actually cost his team a run there, James Vince. It would have gone out to mid-off for 1. He's tipped it into the vacant area behind the bowler, and they've managed to scamper back for 2.
It's gone over the bar.
That is a great effort for no cigar. Liam Dawson into the attack, as I said, straight out the power play. Somerset batters will just have a little look, see if there's any hold in the wicket. But yeah, losing Kohler, Cadmore, Smead and Banton, the real powerhouses of the Somerset lineup, is a big blow. Not to say that Tom Abel can't score quickly himself. He's starting pretty well so far.
Yeah, that was nicely struck, and it was a good awareness by Dixon off the previous delivery to take that sharp single, tip and a run. Dixon back on strike now. And there's another mistake behind the stumps. I don't know whether this is going to go down as a bye or a leg bye. And in fact, it's signalled wide, which won't please the bowler too much. Extra run. Won't please the Hampshire captain either. That's leathered. Absolutely leathered down the ground. A couple of bounces into the Lord Ian Botham stand, and the crowd enjoyed that.
It's very dismissive. One of the key performers for Hampshire, and Somerset batters taking no prisoners.
They've got good momentum despite the loss of those 3 wickets. Dixon looking to maintain it. He'll get another single here. Liam Dawson doing the fielding. But runs coming off every delivery in that over. There's the WPA health insurance logo as well, supporting our coverage all the way through the summer. So that last ball of the over going for a boundary. We'd had 8 off the previous 5.
Where's that, Steve? Is that Devon Coast? Almost looks like Salt and Sands.
It looks very pleasant. Time for a dip. Going to have spin at both ends. Or Benny Hull, maybe a little bit harsh to call him a spinner. Has a mixture of deliveries.
Yeah, we Played in the second 11 a couple of weeks ago against my lad. I was watching on the live stream. He bowled a lot of leggies. Actually bowled predominantly leggies, but that's definitely a quicker run-up. I think he bowls quick leggies, knuckle balls, off-cutters. Yeah, he's really evolved his bowling over the years. He started off as a medium-pace bowler, and actually, to be fair to him, probably read the play, realised he wasn't quick enough, and has really developed loads of skills. Real big baseball fan, studies the release points of the baseball pitches with knuckleballs and sliders and God knows what else. He's made himself into a very, very handy one-day cricketer.
Mr. Versatility. Abel will pick up just the one here. They had two in mind.
I think he's one of those bowlers, you know, almost purpose made for T20 cricket. I think if you just batted against them, you'd probably quite comfortably pick up a runner ball and you wouldn't ever feel like you're going to get out to him necessarily. But it's when you have to go after him, hit him for boundaries, that's when he becomes a bit more dangerous. Great shot there from Dixon out to cover boundary.
Yeah, good chase out there as well. That's Tony Albert patrolling deep extra cover.
Well, I think it's almost an opportunity for Benny Howe to take a rest with the amount of running he's been doing on the boundary to our right. It's been everywhere so far today.
Close to a full house here at Taunton, which is always fantastic to see. Plenty watching on the flat balconies outside the ground as well. More runs here.
It's going to be a two there. Dixon scampering back.
Hurry, they will.
Under pressure and he fumbles. Good over there from Benny Hill, but still enough runs taken from it. 7 of them. Like I've said, the run rate's not an issue. It's just about getting a partnership, something sizable, a 50, a 40, a 50, 60 run partnership. That would lay a real great platform for Somerset. It's not just cricket here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We've got Craig Charles and a DJ set Friday the 21st of June.
Just a couple of weeks' time.
8 PM onwards. Every chance that could be quite a late night, that one, Lammy.
That's around about Midsummer's Day, isn't it? 21st of June, summer solstice.
Come down here, get your dancing shoes on, and then off into town, or stay here at the Cooper Associates and have a few drinks. So, great night out. Tickets on sale on the website if you're interested in that. James Fuller into the attack. Looks to bowl the ball hard into the pitch early on in his spell. In his earlier 20s, he used to bowl absolute rockets. Interesting to see if he's maintained that pace. Yeah, he's still got plenty of pace as that flies through the vacant first-second slip area into the boundary boards here in front of the Truscothic stand end. First ball disappearing for 4.
Premeditated, looking for that area.
Yeah, I think it's, yeah, or certainly reacted very quickly to that ball. Back of the length, outside off, and I think that's where the knowledge of your opponents comes in. You know, I've played against Fuller for years, but I kind of know where he's roughly going to look to bowl. Hard length, outside off stump, and he's done it again. Dixon swats through the offside. Picks up another run. Yes, that's the great thing about, it's the good and bad thing about all the footage and the live streams. Every single professional ball that's bowled these days is recorded, and you can get a real good sense of how someone's going to bowl at you before you've even stepped to the crease. So it certainly looks like Dixon's done his homework.
Can Somerset get up to 3 figures at the halfway stage? They're not far off. A couple of boundaries in this over, they'll be close. That's going to be a dot though.
Good piece of bowling there by James Fuller, and it certainly looks like he's maintained his pace. Just needs to tighten up some of the stumps. I think the psychology of the bowler, you know, I think you turn, you you'd look down the wicket and at the corner of your eye you'd see how short that leg side boundary is, and I think you'd probably err to missing outside off stump. We know how dangerous Tom Abel is when he gets width. Chops that into the gully region. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. Yeah, I think it's very much on the cards. 100 at the halfway stage, which would be a great achievement, really. Like I said, we've had that little flow of wickets. No one's really got going, but Dixon and Abel have started brilliantly here. Run a ball there or thereabouts for Abel, and Dicko 21 off 11.
Yeah, Banton 24, Smead 16, Kohler Cadmore 10. The three men gone. Be another comfortable single here for Tom Abel. So they're just steadily rebuilding things and keeping the momentum. Last ball of the 9th over coming up. Somerset put in by James Vince earlier. Reverse ramp, and that's going to go all the way. 3 bounces into the boundary.
Incredible shot back from Dixon. The confidence to just step to the offside and flick it over 45, picking up another boundary. Yes, you are spot on, Steve. On the march towards 100 at the halfway stage, which will be a great effort. Somerset batting lineup so far. Dixon really standing out at the moment.
That's great instinctive reaction from Dixon, isn't it? Made the delivery look totally different from what the bowler intended. Great effort.
One of our sponsors, Hygos Insurance, after a couple of my vehicles, always very competitive. House insurance, all that sort of stuff. All that stuff that shot through the roof recently, Stephen Lamb. So if you want to get yourself a good deal, get in touch with Hygos Insurance.
New over from Benny Hull. There's going to be a comfortable single here for Tom Abel, who's will go on to 12 with that. Just under half Dixon's total. Dixon the freer scoring of these two as this partnership develops, and he's on strike again. Finds the fielder this time. Backward point. Nick Gubbins is the man down there.
Oh, great piece of fielding. Nearly there by Benny Howell. That would have been touch and go if he'd have clawed that in. Sean Dixon definitely got the panic on there. But what a great start to his innings. As I mentioned earlier, had a bit of a tough time through the early part of the championship season, but white ball cricket seems to be his game for the man we signed to open the batting in 4 days. It's been quite remarkable, really, isn't it?
Well, this season is evolving a little like last one did for him.
Hey,
nicely
what
placed.
Beautiful bit of touch there from Tom Abel, letting it come nice and deep into the crease and just chopping it away through that gap there. He's literally threaded the needle there. Beautiful batting from Tom Abel.
It's always a joy to watch, isn't it? We haven't seen too much of him here at Taunton this summer. Kept out of the championship early stages by a hamstring injury.
Yeah, the old hamstrings, Abe's is kryptonite. He seems to ping one something like every sort of 18 months. He has a nasty hamstring injury, but he certainly completes the Somerset lineup in all 3 formats when he's fit. Splendid player.
Not timed this time.
Well, we've fallen just shy of that 3-figure mark at the halfway stage, but a very healthy first 10 overs here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset 97 for 3 with a lovely little 43-run partnership underway here. I'm going to dip out and going to leave you with your second co-commentator on your debut, Lammy. Sam's going to come and join you.
Thanks, Streaks. See you later. The The win predictor is in Somerset's favour at the moment. Not much in it. Somerset on 56% there, Hampshire 44%. But they like the home side's chances at this juncture. It's a respectable total, and they've got 7 wickets in hand. So
James Fuller then to continue. Push to backward point for no run. I'm not sure it is James Fuller. In fact, I think it's a change of bowling. I think John Turner's back into the attack. I thought it didn't look much like him. Bit too much pace. Although Fuller is actually quite sharp as well. Hello, Lammy. You all right?
yeah, I'm good.
Excellent.
Thank you.
We're down on the deck. It's quite cold, you know.
Yeah, it is.
Not a warm day.
It's not really sort of late June, is it? It doesn't feel like it out there.
I managed 2 overs to out there on the factory terrace. Oh, that's just gone underneath the bat there. Probably beating him for pace there. Tom Abel didn't get up. Good start to the over. A couple of 50s Abel's got against Hampshire previously. 2019, 2021. Made his debut against 8 years ago. Wasn't really a white ball player at that point.
Oh, it's up in there. Mistimed it, I think. He's going to get a single though. Just may have played it fractionally too soon.
Peeking towards that 100. It looked like he was trying to turn it into the leg side. Deep square leg, deep backward point, deep mid wicket, and a third of the full fielders outside the circle. Ring on the offside as well for Sean Dixon and a mid on. And it's bunted down the ground. Sean Dixon finishes that with a flourish, gets a fist bump from Tom Abel.
It's a meaty stroke. There's a lot of bottom hand in that.
Yes, it went in the area of a classic check drive. It wasn't quite the old school shot. They had the same result. Somerset go past the 100, 102. Deep in his crease there, Dixon. Must be a single. Toby Albert out there, just the fielding.
Yes, not particularly elegant stroke, but it was effective.
Yes. There's some room for elegance, but there's room for a bit of brute force in this game as well.
Absolutely. That's the thing about T20, isn't it?
Abel on strike. He pulls that one into the stand. Yeah, it's gone all the way for 6. It only just went over the rope, and that was enough. One bounce into the skirting boards. Advertising board. Went over the rope. 6 runs to end the over. Another good one for Somerset. 109 for 3, and that's a 50 partnership as well.
And as 6s go, dare I say, that was as elegant as they come.
Yes,
it was beautifully timed.
I'll give you that.
And it was inch perfect. It just landed. Oh, it must have been about a foot over the rope.
Well, I was going to call it an advertising board, but there's no advertising on that particular one. It's a fence, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the pickets.
Ah, that's the word. I knew I could rely on you. 55 off 31 balls these two have put on, Lemmy.
Right down by Gimlet's Hill, down there. One of the most popular spots on the ground.
Thanks very much to Verti Motors, our sponsors for the live stream during this Vitality Blast. Very grateful to all of them. Headphones, headset still available as well. If you're in the ground, you sat next to one with one in your ear, nudge your mate, say go and buy one. That's the commentary.
Benny Howell's making way for Liam Dawson, who's changing ends here. The couple from the river end. And Sean Dixon's on strike. Firmly struck, but straight back to Dawson himself. Somerset building an impressive total. Not there yet, but they've got the foundations. And that will build on those foundations very nicely. Thank you. That may well have gone into St James's Churchyard.
Yes, I think it has. That one, I think, combines elegance and brute force. Just another look at that. Got to the pitch of the ball, Sean Dixon. Bang. Held his shape beautifully. Wasn't necessarily necessarily signed as a white ball player.
Well,
but his role has to be, he won finals day, but for Sean Dixon, Somerset wouldn't have won at all.
we've got another ball.
There we go.
I think I was thinking that unless it was impeded by the pavilion we're sitting in, that's in the churchyard. It's buried. Comfortable single to follow up. This is a good over for Somerset again. And in particular for Sean Dixon, who's going like a train. Like one of those cross countries coming in and out of Taunton Station.
I was going to say, trains these days in this country.
Not a single. Tom Abel this time.
Sean Dixon is far more reliable than most of the rail companies. Take us around.
Be another single, but they're just keeping it ticking nicely, these two. We had some fireworks from the top three batters, but none of them really went on. Another single out into the deep. It's picked up at long off. Benny Howell is stationed out there, so Liam Dawson's over comes to an end. 10 off it altogether.
He's been a tad expensive so far, Dawson. Bowled one from each end so far, 13 off his first, 10 off his second. Let's have a quick look at that scorecard. As Stephen was saying, a little bit of fireworks at the top of the order. No one hung around. Pete Trigo was saying at the top of the show that you need someone to get 70, 80, 90. That's what James Vince does so often for Hampshire. By the way, if you're listening and you're in one of the stands and a white cricket ball comes sailing towards you, you could jump out of the way, but my advice would be to try and catch it. If you catch it cleanly, 30 Motors will provide you some hospitality for another Vitality Blast game. So can't say fairer than that, Lammy, as this time it is Fuller back into the attack and it's cut away. Quite how Tom Abel's done that, I'm not sure.
He's done it balletically.
There we go. I would never have described it as that, Stephen, but I think it's perfect. He was reaching.
He got an extraordinary position.
I mean, he was giving himself some room to hit into the offside, I think.
It's a fantastic stroke.
It just shows the pace he's bowling. Not only is he's made two decisions in that split second, because he's decided what he's going to do, and then he's seen the ball and completely readjusted it.
I don't think I've ever seen a stroke like that. No. Certainly not exactly like it.
A unique stroke. You don't get that very often. This time, pace off it, and he's done exactly the same thing in that it's gone away to the cover boundary. There was a fielder at backward point. The dive was despairing, though, from Mick Gubbins. Couldn't get anything on it, and it split the deep point third very nicely.
Yeah, precisely where he was aiming, and the crowd are loving this. They love watching Tom Abel bat, and they're getting the full flavour at the moment. 4s and 6s being waved around the crowds in the Somerset stand. I got offered a couple of them on my way in this morning.
This time he's gone inside out over extra cover. Tom Abel, 3 boundaries in a row. That's the best of the lot, I think. In the air for a fair while, but nowhere near any of the fielders. Yeah, this bowling change hasn't worked yet.
That was possibly the most orthodox of the 3, but this is wonderful to watch from Tom Abel. He's raced on to 38. He's almost caught up with Dixon now, and he's going some. 38 off 22, Tom Abel. Sean Dixon's faced 21 for his 39. This partnership is hurting Hampshire.
Yeah, and you can see James Vince and James Fuller coming together. It's certainly hurting James Fuller's figures. Just be a single. Didn't give him. He's well bowled actually, James Fuller, because he was looking for a little bit of width, and James Fuller didn't give him any.
Yeah, it's the 4th ball of the over, and it's the first that hasn't gone for a boundary. So 13 off it with 2 deliveries still to come.
Field is deep backward point, a third, fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on. I think James Vince is just realising he probably needs to have one more inside the circle here, so they're just trying to work out who it's going to be to Sean Dixon on strike. But at the moment they've only got 3 up. Vince is at mid off. Yeah, they're going to bring deep mid wicket up. I think it's Michael Nisa out there, as he's got that flash of yellow in his boots. Dixon cuts that one away. There's a fielder out there. Oh, and it's a misfield. Joe Weatherly did the hard work. He got there. It was bouncing awkwardly just in front of him, but you'd expect a fielder of Joe Weatherly's standards to have cut that one off. Somerset family delighted. 4 boundaries in the over. Let's have a look at that. Almost right behind Weatherly, actually. So he makes his ground.
Oh, it was travelling, but having got there, probably should have intercepted it.
You're a very kind man, Stephen, aren't you? He will intercept that one, I think. No, he doesn't. Shouldn't speak too soon. Bowler kicks the turf in frustration, and that is the 5th boundary of the over. 3 to Tom Abel to start with. The second one there for Sean Dixon, and he maybe, in fairness, that just did him for pace a little bit.
But it's one of those circumstances, Sammy D, isn't it, where you don't like being a fielder away from home.
Oh, no.
You've just made a mistake and you get another opportunity and it doesn't go according to plan.
At least you've got some depth, so because the boundary's in a little bit, you're not right up by that Trade Nation stand. I was at Surrey on Friday night, and who was it? Ollie Carter was fielding out in front of the quite partisan Surrey fans, and he dropped a catch, and having made 0 with the bat as well, his evening was a tough one from there on in.
So Howell is back. Just relieved for 1 over by Liam Dawson, and no let up in the flow of runs here. Tom Abel's picked up another boundary off the first ball of the over. Reduces the pressure to get a boundary first up.
6 boundaries in the last 7 balls, Stephen, that.
Yeah, and four of them to Tom Abel, who is still on strike. They're vying stroke for stroke, these two at the moment. That's more runs for Tom Abel, just the single this time, because deep square leg is being patrolled. This partnership is developing strongly now. I'm not sure whether there was any connection with the bat. They're going to get a couple of runs here. In fact, they'll get 3 because it wasn't fielded cleanly. Wait for the umpire's signal. Leg byes in the end.
Tom Abel is rapid, isn't he, between wickets? He's got many strengths, and that is certainly one of them.
So 8 off the first 3 deliveries of the over. Yes, there was applause for a non-existent half-century, because I think the scoreboard operator originally thought that was off Sean Dixon's bat. Won't be a run here as Abel plays that elegantly into the covers.
Did you see what happened on Friday night with the scoreboard? Not here, at the Oval. I know I'm talking about it, but it's an interesting tale.
Nicely done, nicely. Another boundary. Wow. This is something for the Taunton crowd to witness.
Partnership's up to 98, Lammy, of 48 balls.
So tell me about that scoreboard then at the Oval.
So Ollie Pope was on 99 with 2 balls left. Surrey were about to lose. He gets an outside edge, takes a single. Everyone celebrates his 100.
Be another single here for Abel.
Ollie Pope has never scored a T20 100, and he walks back into the dressing room expecting, you can't celebrate too much. It's 153 for free, then it's 14. So our sponsors, Vertu Motors, Remember, if you catch a ball cleanly in the crowd, you get hospitality to another Blast game. Pick up your earpieces as well. Tell your friends to pick up their earpieces down in reception. So he walks back into the dressing room. Laurie Evans greets him. Nice 99, mate. What? Scoreboard. Scorers have got it wrong. There was a 2 a couple of overs previously.
Oh,
there was a run out. Sean Abbott was run out, running 2, and they gave them 2 runs. It should have just been 1.
Oh, that's cruel.
And having as well turned down a single. Like, he was playing for the 100, as you'd expect. Took a single to go to 100, left on 99. I mean, in fairness to Ollie Pope, he was lovely about it. He came down and did his interview despite his team having lost, despite that 99, and joked about it. So fair play to him. Anyway.
So that's harsh, though.
So as some listeners will know, that's the second time I have called 100 when someone has been on 99 this season. This time it wasn't my fault. Right. Change of bowling. Unsurprisingly, James Fuller is out of the attack. Liam Dawson, the go-to man, is back into it. This partnership's worth 99. Abel's got 46. Dixon has 47 in this partnership. But Abel has 49 and he's on strike. That's going to be a wide.
Yeah. Tom Abel realised he'd elected the reverse sweep but didn't need to play it. Pulled out.
Well, I thought so too. That's the 100 partnership, in fact, as well, between these two. There's the reverse sweep. Big shout for LBW. Must be going down leg. I think Tom Abel would have been a little bit worried. Dawson saw him coming, well, saw him getting into position early, didn't he? And just fired it in at his pads.
Goes down as a leg bye. 15th over of the Somerset innings, and they're poised for an impressive total.
Yeah, bunted down the ground by Sean Dixon, and in fact he is the first man to reach 50. Beats Abel in the race. Well played, Sean Dixon. He's batted absolutely beautifully. He's been a revelation in white ball cricket for Somerset. 51 he's got off 25 balls. Strike rate of a nudge over 200. 8 fours, 1 6. Well batted, Sean Dixon.
Yeah, and he's been integral to this partnership as well. Going to pick up another single there. Came together at 54 for 3, these two. So the partnership already in 3 figures. And Dixon has been, well, the two of them have contributed almost equally.
105 or 51 balls they've got.
Tom Abel's on the threshold, 49 not out and on strike.
It's going to be 50 and it's going to be in some style with a 6. Flicks it off his legs into the Somerset stand. Tom Abel moves to 50. 2 Somerset batters doing so in the same over. That's absolutely wonderful from Tom Abel. And I'll tell you what, as well, Stephen, by my count, that is a record. I'll tell you about it in a minute. 55 off 30 balls, 4 sixes, no, 6 fours, 2 sixes, and I think that is the highest partnership for Somerset for the 4th wicket in the Blast. I think it beats the 110 by Babar Azam and Lewis Goldsworthy at Sapphire Gardens a few years ago. What a partnership that was. What a partnership this is. Abel's on the back foot. I think they'll come back for a couple. It's a long way out there. Joe Weatherly gets some ironic cheers from the partisan Somerset crowd, but they do come back for 2.
Yeah, well, he had to make sure he had control of the ball first, and that gave the batters the opportunity to take the second. My word, this is entertaining for the Somerset faithful.
Tom Abel picks up a single to end the over. So 15 overs gone, 169 for 3. Both Sean Dixon and Tom Abel reaching 50 in that last over. Let's find Dan. I think it's a good time to go and have a chat to someone in the crowd.
Today, cheering in the Somerset stand, including Liverpool's Mo Salah, who's here today as well. Thanks for joining us, Mo. Looks like it's a stag do, really, but thank you so much for joining us here today and to see so many of you here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
See James Vince and John Turner having a chat on screen there. Plenty to think about, I think, for the Hampshire skipper. Not quite going to plan at this stage.
Yeah, this partnership has been immense for Somerset already. And what is it, 115 they've put on, and still together Be a difficult last 5 overs for Hampshire of this innings.
No sign Triggs, he's got walkabout, don't worry about me. You've got the endurance to do another over up the hill, I reckon.
A stayer.
There he is.
John Turner. In. Up in the air. This is miscued. Is it going to be caught? No. Falls safely. A little bit fortunate to get away with that. But Abel survives. Picks up a single. And it is indeed, just as I was expecting another full over, Mr. Trigo returns. I must hand over. Carry on, you say.
Bad luck.
Completely over. Okay, bad luck to change commentator mid-over. Very happy to continue. It's quite a watch, this. Up and over, down to the James Hildreth stand, who will love its arrival. Banners waved again all round the ground, those 4s and those 6s. That was the lesser of the two, but it was pretty much nailed.
You can see Turner's frustration. He didn't want to give him any width, and he didn't, but Dixon was equal to it. That's Sean Dixon's highest T20 score, by the way.
Well played, Sean Dixon. Still on strike. Up and over again. This is going to be a maximum. It's into the Somerset stand. It might be a crowd catch. I think it may have fallen to ground, but it's 6 nonetheless. This is carnage.
There's a chance to win some hospitality out there for someone in the crowd. Sean Dixon seeing the ball quite well, I dare say.
Well, he saw that like a balloon. Went up like one too.
Someone on the YouTube comments has said, assume Triggs has got a packet of Pringles he wants to finish off.
What will Turner's response be? How can he respond to a batter in this kind of form? That's a good delivery, in fact. Yorker length. They'll just get a single.
It's a no ball, though, I think, Lemmy.
So not so good. Would have been good if it had counted, but it doesn't, and if that's a foot fault, it means a free hit.
There's the signal.
So, no possibility of being dismissed. Tom Abel can hit this wherever he likes. Where will it go? It'll go rapidly out to deep mid-wicket, and in fact it's intercepted on the boundary. They'll get 2 for it though. Could have been worse.
Yeah, it was well bowled by John Turner, actually. Decent Yorker, though. These days a decent Yorker often goes for a couple. Partnerships up to 131 from 60 balls.
Still 4 overs left after this one.
Ooh.
Somerset are going to be well in excess of 200 here. That's gone down to fine leg for another boundary. The floodgates are open at the moment in batting terms.
I just like someone, you don't see it very often, but someone just needs to go and put their arm around John Turner and say it's okay, because I know he's a pro cricketer, but he's not played many games. It just feels like he's lost it a little bit, because he bowled that full toss first ball in the over, another one there. You just want to see one of the senior players just go check. He's all right. Nah, Triggs says no.
Up in the air, is it going to be caught? No, it's falling tantalisingly short of the keeper. That was Ben McDermott chasing it, and was never going to catch up with it. So Somerset rampant at the moment. Still got another 4 overs to go, and I'm going to hand over to Triggs.
Thank you very much, Stephen Lamb. Triggs is in to the hot seat, and there's Virtue Motors in a different colour this time. I like that. Our sponsor. I'm not sure if anyone won the hospitality actually in the crowd down there. If they'd have taken the catch cleanly, they would have benefited from that. I'm not sure anyone held on to Sean Dixon's last 6, so James Vince has got a bit of thinking to do here, Triggs, as to how he's going to finish this last 4 overs off. Because Dawson's been expensive, going at 12s, Fuller's going at 16s, Turner's going at 14s, and Easter's going at 10s.
Yeah, he certainly has. What a fine debut from Stephen Lamb. I was actually loath to come back into the hot seat, really, because it was going so well. But we'd spoken about players taking responsibility, converting starts into scores, and Dixon and Abel have certainly done that, both in their 60s. What a great bit of batting from these two. Proactive at the start, and they've continued to strike at an incredibly high strike rate, the pair of them. Absolutely fantastic. 137 run partnership now. At pretty much a 200 strike rate.
North of.
Unbelievable.
North of that. 36 from 62.
Well, I'd say on any given Sunday, and Sunday is the day, we're sort of hovering around a par score right now. So we're into bonus territory in my mind, and over 3.5 overs to go. Somerset really could put an impressive score on the board. Might be worth going back into the archives and have a look at that Trescothic 13-ball 50. I think we chased. I think it was 217 chased in the 18th over, something like that.
Yeah, 220 for 4 you got, and it was the Somerset's highest score against Hampshire, and you're absolutely right. Bob on 18 overs.
Who took responsibility? Oh, okay.
Marcus Trescothic, I think. 78 off 27. You were a little bit tardy, to be honest. 72 off 44? What were you doing?
Trez gave it away.
Arrow's downstairs, actually. I've seen Arrow's reply.
Was it 78 of 27 balls, Trez? Wow. What a knock that was. I remember standing at the other end, watching him dispatch one of the great international bowlers, Abdur-Razzaq, all over the place. It was almost awkward to watch. Do you know what I mean? You watch Abdur-Razzaq on TV, such a fine bowler, and it was just like, oh, almost wanted to give him a cuddle halfway through one of his overs.
Chris Wood played in that game.
He's bowling a brilliant over at the moment, Woody. That's really where he comes into his own. I'm not sure I think if you had a look at his sort of career records, how he goes with the new ball as opposed to how he bowls at the death is chalk and cheese. He's exceptional with the older ball, bowling the Yorkers and slower balls, cutters. Oh, what a shot that is from Tom Abel. Absolutely slapped through the covers. Little bit of width, little bit of length, and the 200 is up for Somerset. What a magnificent innings this is from Tom Abel. They're both playing an absolute hand in this game at the moment. As we see the Somerset faithful loving it. There's a Hampshire Hawks fan with the foam hand, thumbs down. And there we go, the girls are loving it.
That was a brilliant over from Chris Wood until that last ball. Just 4 off the first 5, 8 off it in total there, which at this stage and in the context of this total is still pretty good. Now Liam Dawson he's taken his overshirt off. He nearly lost his undershirt as well, but he managed to keep that on. He's going to bowl his 4th over. 3 overs 0 for 38 so far. Dawson, these two players, Dixon and Abel, very strong against spin. Dixon's already on his highest T20 score.
Something's going to happen this over, Sam. This is going to be carnage, one way or t'other. There's going to be a wicket or a lot of runs. I can't imagine Sean Dixon, who's already parked Liam Dawson into St James Street, is going to do anything less than swing pretty hard at every single ball here.
Long on, long off, back. That's a deep mid wicket and deep square. And that's a full bunger, and I think he might have hit it just down long on.
As predicted, he's gone hard. And he's unfortunately going to have to go home. But what a great knock that is from Sean Dixon. He's set the county ground on fire here this afternoon. 65 off 32 balls. And he's really done an absolute turn for his team today. Lewis Gregory is going to replace him at the crease. Very, very, you have to say, average ball from Liam Dawson. A thigh-high full toss. I would say 9 times out of 10 that would be disappearing into the fan village. It's got Sean Dixon slightly high on the bat, and he departs. What a great knock. Deserving of his ovation from the Somerset faithful.
144, Sean Dixon and Tom Abel put on for the 4th wicket, highest 4-wicket partnership for Somerset in T20 cricket by some considerable distance. Babar Azam with his goal to 110, pales into significance compared to that. Not a bad man for Somerset to have coming out there at this stage. Lewis Gregory saw against Essex in the only other home game how capable he is of six hitting, and that's actually been quite a big difference between the two sides, the six hitting so far this campaign. Gregory on strike. And the full toss. Flicked into the leg side, I think it'll just be one. Joe Weatherly does the fielding. Somerset creep towards 200. This is good from Hampshire. Just pulled Somerset back a little bit in these last couple of overs. Absolutely flying after the 16th, which went for 21. Just 9 runs and a wicket from the last 8 balls. That's a lovely shot from Abel. It goes just over the sparing dive. The fielder at cover, I think, was the skipper, James Vince. Inside out, cover drive. It's that wristy shot that Tom Abel is so good at. He brings up the Somerset 200.
It's a classy shot that from Tom Abel, just giving himself a bit of room. Very cultured bat face he's got. He just opens the blade and pops it over James Vince extra cover. Not many players can execute that shot as well as Tom Abel in the game these days. It's phenomenal.
It's like the Butler and Keyswetter, the flick of the wrist that they're able to. It's almost a hockey shot. Well bowled in, Dawson. Think about 2 here though. They'll get it.
Nice piece of running there from the Somerset pair.
Lewis Gregory deceptively quick.
Yeah, good athlete, like a lot of modern day cricketers. Him and Abe's, I think both in their 30s now, but they can scamper, that's for sure. And even though that first ball went for got a wicket, he's still gone for 8 runs, 9 runs off the over. But you'd have to say at this stage of the game, a very good over from the experienced Liam Dawson. 207 for 4. You have to say I suppose from the 3rd wicket falling, it's been absolute chaos, absolute carnage here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's been an absolute, well, it's just been absolutely magic. Oh,
you were trying to find a song.
Yeah,
you were desperately trying to find a song.
Yeah, failed miserably, but I suppose, you know, what a great tribute act we've got coming up here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Is Ben Green? No, is it Ben Green? Looks like Ben Green with that moustache. We have Magic Queen playing here this summer. So again, get online and come and enjoy a bit of I Want to Break Free. Bring your Hoover. Ben Mercury there on screen, waiting to get in. He's padded up, ready to go. Chris Wood hitting that block hole as he does so well, time and time again.
Yeah, brilliant death bowler, Chris Wood. Steve Kirby behind him there as well. Great to see him back this year. A couple of years with Zimbabwe. His mitting has come on leaps and bounds as well. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, well, you say that, he wears enough body armour, doesn't he? He don't back himself. Woody, slightly over pitch, cloth down the ground. Will he get 4? Yes, he will. Such a powerful lad, Lewis Gregory. He's not timed that, he's shaking his hand. I think that was a bit high on the bat. Probably got a few vibrations through the hand, but he's got enough of it. Round. Head off, can't quite get round. 4 more runs. This place, it can be an absolute spirit breaker for any bowler out there. Flicked over, short fine leg for 4. The ball is disappearing to all parts here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset flying, but you can never have enough.
That's how you found out when you and Trez walked out.
Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, you think 14 years ago, scores like that were unheard of. It really was a shock to their system. But nowadays, 200, 220 is not that unusual. Oh, you can't bowl there. You can't bowl there. That's a free hit. Will it be a no ball as well? Michael Burns at square leg is saying no. That must have been very close to the waistband of Lewis Gregory. Parked that halfway up the Somerset stand. Oh, tell you what, he's just lucky, the bowler, to get away with that. I think that's above the waistband. Should be bowling a extra ball and a free hit for my mind. Oh, Lewis, he's not quite got that. Will he get away with it? Great diving catch on the boundary. Lewis Gregory with a top draw knock, 18 off 8 balls. Keeping up the momentum, the Dixon momentum.
As you said, Triggs, the free hit.
Yeah.
Doing absolutely fine. I think it was another chance went begging as well for that Verti Motors hospitality out there in the Somerset stand. Let's have another look at the wicket.
That was right in the slot. Lewis will be disappointed with that, but again, a great enterprising knock-in. To the wicket, Ben Green, who's had a brilliant couple of years in limited overs cricket.
Yeah, 16, 17 sixes. Losing call.
So much for Claude Henderson, who's involved. He's running the show at Grace Road, Leicester. He said he was an absolute credit, Ben Green, when he was out there on loan. Spoke very highly of Ben Green. Hopefully he can transfer some of that form to this knock now. Bowled towards the back end, but still plenty of runs conceded in that over.
That's the one. We were talking about Triggs earlier, people taking responsibility.
Yeah, it was a great knock. I suppose when you play like that, that top 4 making a contribution, a sizable contribution, you could extend that to the top 5. The form that Sean Dixon's showing at the moment. There's the wagon wheel. Lots of 4s. Lots of 4s. Not many 6s. You expect to see more than that with the score being so high. Somerset players have played smart. They've hit the angles. Such a quick outfield here that you can use your advantage. Take the risk out. Hit the ball on the deck.
John Turner to finish off.
Hit the pockets.
Starts with a Yorker. Happy to take the single. Turner 3 overs for 43 before this one. We're into sort of highest total territory. It's not going to be a record, that Derbyshire game. We're a long way short of that. It'll be up there. It's going to get into, probably sneak into the top 10. Afraid you and Trez no longer have the involvement in the top score against Hampshire. I'm sure you won't mind too much.
They're there to be broken, aren't they?
2-2-2 for 5. 5 balls left. Well bowled.
Oh, lovely finish from Turner.
I wonder if he did a Mark Wood and screamed the name of his favourite footballers who are doing it. He's a Hampshire boy, I think, Turner. So he likes Southampton, so he probably wouldn't shout Letitia anymore, would you? But Beattie, James Beattie, something like that.
Yeah, well, born in Johannesburg, which seems to be the norm for most young English cricketers these days.
Yeah, Dale Benkenstein was his coach.
Yeah,
at school,
not renowned for being amazing at the old football, but not bad at the odd drop goal.
Lovely little shot
wow.
from Tom Abel. That's his favourite shot. The little ramp. He's only going to get 4 for it. Into position early. Moves into the 80s, Tom Abel. Second best score in T20 cricket. Somerset, absolutely flying. When do you reckon that shot first started coming into the game, Triggs?
Well, it's been played. It has been played for many years. In fairness, longer than you think. Dermot Reeve played it in the mid-late 90s, but not as consistently as played now.
That's a lovely shot over the top of James Vince, who isn't going to be able to cut it off. Another boundary, back-to-back boundaries for Abel.
But it's just how commonplace it is. I mean, it's almost, you know, it's a coaching narrative now, isn't it, to make as many players as they can into 360-degree players, because it makes the job of setting a field to any batter just a nightmare. You have a look now. Taunton, back in the day, you'd have your mid-off back almost certainly, but you can't these days because of the skills of the batters to hit the ball into the pockets, as Abe's has done there, beautifully into the corner. Another boundary there. What a knock this is from Tom Abel. keep on wanting to say Somerset captain Tom Abel as he was for such a long period of time, but he's certainly playing a captain-esque knock today.
He moves to 90 with that, Tom Abel. This has been quite magnificent. 90 of 46 balls, 12 fours, 2 sixes. Turner's gone for 56. There's one ball left of the innings. And Tom Abel finishes with a mighty blow. It's gone up, it's gone up.
Abes.
No one's catching that. Not one even in the stands. Finishes with a 6. Tom Abel finishes 96 not out. Somerset finish on 241.5. It's their third best T20 score in the history of the competition. What an afternoon.
Oh, I mean, you got a feel for the young lad, Turner. He's had an all expenses paid tour at Taunton this afternoon by 2 very fine players, Dixon, and at the end there, Tom Abel. 4-4-4-6 to end the innings. And if there is anything like momentum in this game, Somerset certainly have both hands absolutely brimming full of it. 241 for 5, 40 over par. But we shall see. You never know. It's a crazy old game, but what a great innings that was. I mean, I can't speak highly of Tom Abel, obviously, but the way that Sean Dixon came in and put the bowlers under pressure, having a look there, in and outs at the start for the big guns, Banton, Smead and Kohler Cadmore, but Abel 96 not out of 47 balls. But a equally fine knock from Sean Dixon, 65 off 32. An enterprising knock from Lewis Gregory and Ben Green, 0 off 2 balls. What are you doing, Greener? He'll just pick up the wickets instead. But what a great effort that was in the bowling attack. I mean, I think you want to. It's like watching a horror movie, that, isn't it? Some of those bowlers, they'd want the pillow in front of their face there. Turner, 4 overs, 0 for 62. Dawson, the great bowler himself, going at 11.75 runs and over. James Fuller, 2 overs for 33. I suppose the standout, Benny Howell, 0 for 24. Question mark, why didn't he bowl again?
Yeah, you do wonder that. Nisa only bowled 3, Fuller only bowled, Howell only bowled 3, and they were the most economical of the bowlers. It's why he went to Turner.
Maybe Nisa and Howell were just the best negotiators of I'm not feeling it today, Captain. But anyway, the Hampshire Hawks have certainly had a tough afternoon, but they certainly have the lineup that could challenge this total. No doubt about that, as we're about to start some apple rolling here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Dan's down there with the crazy gang. 2 Thatcher's cider apples, inflatables, I think. I don't think they grow them quite that big at Myrtle Farm, but you never know with the farming skills in the southwest. There we go, Stumpy's smelling up the joint down there.
Off the bat.
Innings there from Somerset, and the entertainment has only just begun because it's your favourite part of the day, and that is the Thatcher's Apple Roll. Hoping for a bigger cheer, we got a few people there. We got 2 teams taking on this one. To my right, we have Craig and Luke. Now, guys, are you excited? Are you looking forward to this?
Very excited, really looking forward to it.
Good. And now you tell me that you are a professional apple roller.
Yeah, I've been doing apple rolling for about 35 years now. Yeah, so I started when I was 10, and I think I can win this.
Tell me you're 45. Okay, yeah, ambitious. And to my left, we've got Nick and Richard. So, Richard, tell me about your job.
I'm actually selfish. So, come on, ladies, one pound fish. Come on, ladies, one pound fish.
going to be back on shortly. So that's Richard. Nick, very quickly. Are you looking forward to yeah, I can't wait. Fantastic. Can't wait. So here we go, guys. Richard and Nick, you want to take the left apple, Craig and Luke on the right. It's very simple here, folks. They're going to be running up to the end, turning, coming back, handing off to their partner, and we'll do the same. First over the line with a slab of Thatchers. Gentlemen, on your marks. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, and they're off. It's a good start for professional apple roller Craig. It's off to the right a bit. Don't know where Nick is going. He's back on course now. Craig, who claims he's 45, turns the corner, and they're on their way back. Richard and Luke are ready to go, poised as they hand off to their partners, and it's a good start as well. And here comes Richard, bit of ground to make up as he shoots over the rope. And you know something fishy about him. Here comes Richard, trying to catch up, and they're on the final strike. Oh, there's a bit of scuttling going on now as well. Here comes Luke, he looks like he's going to be finishing first. Here he comes, can he stop him at the line? This man has won it for his team. Who will be first to finish? Will any of these teams finish? That's the question now. And it looks like it's going to be Luke and Craig with the slab of Thatchers. Chest punch as well. Nice work, lads. Now, you have won the slab of Thatchers. Come in, chaps, come in. There is one more part of this competition, and you need to select one of you to take on the final round, to take a high catch. If you do, you both win Thatcher's bucket hats. Yeah, so big stakes. You're going to take it on with me? Okay, here we go, come with me. Oh, Craig's going to take it on, Craig. So, Jonathan over there is going to hit a high ball. Pretty high, it's going to go pretty high. Bucket hats wins bucket hats. Jonathan, ready when you are. Here he goes, it's a very high catch. Craig's underneath it. He's not taking it! He's not taking it! Unlucky Craig, unlucky the bucket hat. We got time for one more? Go on, I really want you to win the bucket hats. Here we go, one more. Here it comes, it's very high, windy today as well. Can he win it? He does this man again! The shoes come off. Well, Craig, you're really lucky, my friend. Looking at the replay of this as well, you really had it in your grasp. But it's not to be unlucky, guys. But you do win the slab of Thatchers as well. So congratulations and thank you, of course, to our sponsors from Thatchers.
Happy 41st birthday to Ali Lang, who's here today with family. Also, happy 65th birthday to Brian Winter from Minehead Social Club. You're in one of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion boxes. And happy birthday to Vanessa Smith, who's sat in the Trade Nation stand with friends and family. And Somerset County Cricket Club would also like to remember Mark Thomas Wilmot, who sadly passed away earlier this year. Mark was only 44 years old and spent his entire life in Somerset as a supporter of the club. We would like to pass on condolences to his father Dennis and brother Dan, who are both at the match today. welcome back onto the field for shots, secondly the two umpires, Mike Burns and Nigel Watts. And led out by skipper Lewis Gregory, looking to defend their score, Somerset.
Welcome back to Cooper Associates County Ground. We're about to see the start of Hampshire's reply in this T20 Blast fixture to Somerset's 241 made in their 20 overs. A pretty imposing score, and I think that's putting it mildly. I'm Stephen Lamb, Sam Dowling alongside. Quite a mountain for Hampshire to climb.
Well, you say fixture, Stephen, you might have been right there. It felt like 2 innings worth, certainly. Yes, it is a mountain to climb, but these batters, this Hampshire side, are more than capable of pushing it uphill. James Vince is going to be key. He's on strike to Craig Overton.
Pick up a single to start with. The innings really built around a partnership between Tom Abel and Sean Dixon, who made 96 not out and 65 respectively. It was Sean Dixon's best score in T20 cricket, and Tom Abel finished with a real flurry. 4-4-6, the last 3 balls of the Somerset innings. Ooh, swing and a miss here from McDermott, captain and wicketkeeper, opening for Hampshire. James Vince at the non-striker's end, having picked up that single. But as you say, Sam, it's a healthy looking batting lineup that Hampshire have got.
Well, Liam Dawson comes in at 8, doesn't he?
Yeah. Here's Craig Overton again, nicely driven, but straight to the man at cover. It's Roloff van der Merwe, who doesn't fluff fielding opportunities of that kind.
Oh yeah, that's the thing for Somerset, is that this man bowling and the man you just mentioned didn't even have to bat.
Yeah, Ben Green, a little cameo from him, a little not out. Oh, was he finding it? I'm just sure that was. He did well to pick it up as comfortably as he did, van der Merwe, because it was almost on the half volley. Have another look at it. You can sense the urgency in the body language of these two batters. That's a good stop. 2 in a row. Well, the previous one was straightforward, but that was an excellent piece of fielding.
Slip comes out then, straight away. Tom Kohler-Campbell goes in there to cover. Van der Merwe moves to mid-wicket.
A single here.
It's proven a good signing for them, Ben McDermott. So it's his 3rd season back here, won the Blast for them a couple of years ago, made 50 in the final against Lancashire, I think it was. Yeah, Somerset got knocked out in the semis. I think that's right. I think Somerset lost to Hampshire. Nathan Ellis, they just couldn't get Nathan Ellis away back in 2022. Lancs beat Yorkshire and then Hampshire won in the final.
That's hoisted high in the air. Is it going to go all the way? Yes, it is. First boundary of the Hampshire response. And they need boundaries over by over because the required run rate is 12.5. That's firmly struck.
Yeah, I mean, Vince has got to go from the very off, hasn't he, really? They've got no other choice here, Hampshire. Was it last year? Was it the game last year where they got skittled for 80 here at the Associates County Ground? I think it might have been.
Oh, that was was a pedigree stroke from the Hampshire skipper. And, as you say, Sam, they've got to go from the outset, haven't they?
It was their lowest ever T20 total here last year, I think. And Craig Overton bowled 4 overs, took 3 for 8, so Vince can't allow that to happen again. He's gone for 8 already if it's first. Here's Riley Meredith back in the side, rested for that trip to Kent. Genuine pace. See where Banton stood. McDermott, who will have seen a lot of him out there in Australia, they might even play together at periods, actually, Meredith and McDermott. And James Vince played a lot of Big Bash cricket too, so they'll be familiar with Riley Meredith. Almost but not quite in that Australia T20 World Cup squad. Well, Australia's loss is Somerset's gain. Playing a bit of 50 over cricket and some red ball stuff. He was in Ashes squads, or close to Ashes squads last year as well.
Vince is back on strike.
He's trying to pull that away. Didn't quite. Well, he almost hurried him. Tickled it round the corner. Good bit of work from Josh Davies. It's still 8 without loss.
Tall and strong, Riley Meredith, 27 years of age. Started well in this competition.
Colin Cadmore with his odd shoes on at second slip. Pulled by James Vince, but there's a fielder out there. It's twice the ball has gone to deep backward square. Lewis Gregory has done well to have a fielder out there. It's Will Smead, as usual, patrolling that boundary in front of the Trade Nation stand.
Yeah, that's well picked, that slot, because you're only allowed 2 in the power play.
He did the same in the previous over. James Vince just faced a couple of balls. 3 balls now, I think it is. Got his way to 8. 5 blast hundreds he's got for Hampshire. He's just been magnificent for years, year after year. Prolific last couple of seasons. Pace off from Meredith. Bunted for a single.
It's Overton with a semi-shy at the stumps. But McDermott would have been comfortably home.
Just a chat between Meredith and Lewis Gregory to work out what to do for this next delivery to James Vince. Deep square. Will Smead is behind square. He's probably 10 yards behind square. It's a big area. And Craig Overton, as we see so often in T20 cricket, gets sent down. That's the reason he was at mid-on. He's not often at mid-on, but he's quite often at long-on in T20 cricket. How many catches did he take last year? Getting towards 20, including that one with his brother in the semi. Pulled it away there, Vince. I think he's going to get a boundary. Yeah, he's timed it well. Squirted it behind square. And even though Will Smead started there, he couldn't cut it off. End of the over. Finishes with a boundary, as did the previous one.
Yeah, Vince might have considered himself unlucky to hit the man out there previously, but he got it fine enough that time to secure the boundary.
It's not quite the end of the over either. Got a ball left. Getting overexcited. Same field. Pace off. Beats the outside edge of James Vince. Well bowled, Riley Meredith. Just cut his fingers across that one. He does end the third over. Second over. I'll get it right at one point. 15 without loss. Well bowled, Riley Meredith. Let's have a quick look at down in the fan village.
Where you can see the Somerset Cricket Foundation have still got their activities going on. If you haven't done it already, have a go at this fielding wall as well. You can score big, get some good points on the fielding wall. And also, just a little bit further down, you've got the bowling challenge as well. So if you haven't tested your skills just yet, make sure you do so, because we might find the next Somerset gem right here today.
A lot of fun to be had behind the scenes here at Taunton today, as McDermott plays and misses the first ball of a new Craig Overton over.
He won't mind that, Craig Overton, because that was not a shot of a man who knew what he was doing particularly. It was more of a yahoo.
Yeah, I think they're trying to keep McDermott at the same end. Craig Overton will be aiming for that, and he does so again. It's another dot. October started well for the big man.
Made no score against Surrey, 25 off 20 against Kent, McDermott, and just 1 from 2 balls against Gloucestershire. He was second only to Vince back in 2022 in the run scoring table, so he scored heavily for them.
Up in the air, could be 6 again here into the Somerset stand. That's the signal. So 2 maximums already for Hampshire. Making up to a certain extent with the 2 dot balls.
I think it might have gone into the flats. I think it went over the top of the Somerset stand. I didn't quite pick it out. But no one reacted for the catch. It's a good experience commentary for you though, Steve. I like how I'm going to learn from you because you kept the powder a little bit dry there. It's probably going to be 6. I nail my colours to the mast too early, so I'm learning from you. I did think that as well.
Still, same result.
We'll meet somewhere in the middle, shall we?
The 6 each for the 2 Hampshire openers.
We're meeting in the middle. Maybe we need another ball.
Well, that won't be the first time. There's a 6 hit. To St James's Place, or possibly into the churchyard. I couldn't see exactly where it had gone, but the replacement ball appeared from the other side of the ground. So, it's a great entertainment.
There it is. Who's that?
Actors here.
Who's nipped over to get the ball? Look at it. Is that Josh Daly? Yeah, it looks like I can see it running. It's the distinctive gait of Josh Davey, who just disappeared behind the Somerset stand to try and collect the balls. I like that. 9,000 people in the ground or whatever it is, but it's one of the players that's going to collect it.
Here's Craig again. Well, 6, but the other 3 deliveries have all been dots. It's hurt his hand a bit fielding that. Hopefully it's nothing too difficult.
Yeah, well, it's hit him like bang on the palm, and did we see Peter Siddle in a game against Hampshire last year actually, or 2 years ago? Picked up that really bad finger injury that ended his stay. I think it might have been last year actually, because that's when his shoddy came in. Craig, as they do now, Stephen, they're almost coached to try and, you don't try and stop it wholly, you're trying to tip it back onto the stumps. It's alright.
It was looking worrying for a moment there. I think he is okay.
You could see on the replay it hit him more in the base of the palm, rather because if it hits a finger, that's when the real worry comes, isn't it?
Set to go again. Inside out, cover drive. We'll get at least 2, probably 4. Yep, just got the legs. So, dot 6, dot 4. So far.
Quite great, he's up there at 12, so Overton's win that huge total, got there from 12 from the off.
Here's the last of the over. So 11 in all, not quite up to the rate, but that won't worry Hampshire too much. Both batters in double figures. After 3.
Don't forget, there's the Inside Festival coming up in August. So don't forget, if you didn't know, now you do. A floodlit game here at the Cooper Associates County Ground Metro Bank One-Day Cup. Get your tickets online through the Somerset website. There you can see the link. Bottom of your screen, tap that in, you'll be able to get there. And I think there'll be a few beers and ciders.
Well, you can see the variety of ciders and beers in the small print. Over 100.
Where can you see that? Oh, yeah.
What about that? Be spoiled for choice.
Floodlit game starts at 2 p.m.
Josh Davey is going to open up from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
Flicked off his hips. Ben McDermott, it's a huge, huge boundary, but it's an even bigger hit down towards the Andy Caddick Pavilion. That is massive, actually. Yeah, that could be the biggest 6 of the day, Stephen. I know we've seen a couple out round, but that is, well, I'm not going to guess it. Probably 100 metres, I'm going to guess it. And he's just flicked it. just with ease. Look at that. There's probably 100 metres, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
The wicket is well over in the other direction towards the Somerset stand. So that was big. And as you say, apparently effortless.
Turns that one into leg side. Just be a single. Smeed is out there. That Beer Inside Festival game is against Lancashire, by the way. Plenty of local music. Sounds like quite a good day, actually.
I'm sure it will be. You don't really want a spell to start with a 6, do you? But I'm sure Josh Davies used to it. It's happened to the best of them.
Yeah, back in the side. Just as replacement for Jake Ball, who's rested his precaution. Pulled up in the Kent game, but was out there bowling before this match with the physio. Josh Davey comes in, fine performer. Turned off his hips and a great bit of work. Really, really good left-handed paw stuck out by Riley Meredith.
Yeah, it was good delivery as well. Vince was a little bit cramped for room as he played the shot. Come back from that 6 so far.
And McDermott, though, just starting to get going. So that'll be a little bit worried. Slow start, it's gone to 21 of 14, a couple of 6s in the last few balls.
On strike now.
Oh, and it's a big swing and a miss. That's back to the Ben McDermott of an over or two ago. Made a similar shot against Craig Overton. Just lost his head there. Wasn't about timing, that. It was all about brute force. Tom Kohler-Cadmore has seen something. And he's gone to have a chat with Lewis Gregory.
Who's now having a word with the bowler, possibly imparting the Kohler-Cadmore wisdom.
Follows him, well bowled, Josh Davey. Saw McDermott trying to give himself some room to hit into the offside. Davey speared it in towards his pads.
And Kohler-Cadmore did well there because there was a possibility of a second run. He was sharply on to that. He happy with a single.
Yeah, Ben McDermott just gave a signal to James Vince and said yes, it's just doing a bit off the surface of Josh Davey. Not on international duty in the World Cup, obviously. Face off, and James Vince mishits that. Oh, it could have gone anywhere. It was close to Tom Kohler-Cadmore. He's going to get a boundary. Kohler-Cadmore at mid-on was following it. He thought for half a second it might go into his strapped-up paws. Instead, Vince has a boundary. End of the over. 2 boundaries to bookend the over. Hampshire have moved on to 39 without loss after 4, Lammy.
Yeah, up with the rate as far as that over was concerned. He came back well from the 6.
To our sponsors, Virtue Motors, proud partners of Somerset County Cricket Club, sponsoring the live stream in the Vitality Blast. Remember, if you're out there, if you're listening in the Virtue Motors headsets, which are available at reception, ball comes your way, you manage to grab onto it, you might well win yourself a little bit of hospitality.
I don't think we've had a crowd catch yet.
Couple put down, couple put down, Lammy. Would have happened on your watch.
Happened in the previous game. Up in the air, going to be 4. First bounce to the Lord Botham stand. Started cautiously. It's now firing most cylinders.
It's like change in tact in Somerset, because Craig Overton all this summer in 3 games so far has bowled overs 1, 3 and 5. He did it for most of last summer too. It's Riley Meredith back into the attack.
He already had 3 6s in this innings, and that's going to be another 4. So, finding the boundary on a regular basis, always easier during the power play. Those fielding restrictions, but Hampshire are making the most of it at the moment.
That's a great shot. 6, isn't he? Damn it, so far.
Well, if you can call that a chance, it was a mighty difficult one, and I'm not sure if it quite carried.
I think it was a crowd catch. I think it went into the floor.
I'll look at it in a moment.
Could be wrong though, Lanny. There have been many a time before. Yeah. Bump ball straight into the floor off the bat.
Yeah, he took the pace off it. One short of the half century already, these two. Oh, that must be a wide. Meredith and Ben McDermott. We're hearing teammates with Hobart Hurricanes, so they'll know a bit about each other. Meredith on now at the river end. I think that's going down the leg side. Good from the bowler. Only half of one from Tom Banton behind the stumps. Meredith into his second over. We have full house watching this here at Taunton. T20 home fixtures always sell out well. In the air, and it's got the legs again. Just over the rope, I fancy.
Might even hit the rope.
It's hit the rope before, and indeed it is. Yeah, it seemed to fall almost dead, didn't it?
I think it hit the
it
rope.
landed?
Yeah, hit the rope, flush, just a bit of backspin. So James Finch just having a word with both umpires.
Yeah, I mean, there's no argument. If it hits the rope and comes back in, it can't be more than 4, can it?
So
that's what's been.
If a fielder takes a catch and puts their foot on the rope, it's 6. But I think you're right.
Good ball from Meredith. Yorker dug out pretty well, but unproductively by McDermott. Stays on 36.
I'm going to take my leave. Good start from Hampshire.
Sam. Hampshire chase this down. And it's one of those occasions where you shake the hand of the opposition and say, good luck, mate, well done. Fantastic achievement. Alphabet on your screen at the moment. Ahead of Craig Overton. He's returning at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. It's about to decline, but they're on the foothills.
Certainly are, Stephen. They've created a base to launch from at the very least. I mean, it's a real tall ask, but as we saw in the first innings, if you get in, the angles here at Taunton, the fast outfield, the square that spans the width of the ground, if you do miss those infielders, the ball generally races off to the boundary. It can be really hard to stop the opposition, but Somerset have got a lot of experience of bowling here, and obviously playing here week in, week out, they'll certainly know that. Yeah, just slightly into the hip of McDermott there. 4 more runs. If you miss by 3 or 4 inches from your spot, you just disappear.
We've had 10 boundaries already, 3 of them 6s.
This could be one of the epics. Stephen Lamb's debut could be a cricketing classic.
Could be one.
I'm excited for you.
Up in the air, it's going to be 4 more here. 2 bounces. It's the rails of the pavilion that we're sat in.
Yeah, that's a proper shot there from McDermott. I saw him a couple of times in the winter playing in the Hampshire. He can certainly get the ball away, that's for sure. Don't really know too much about him, but looks a strong fella.
They're making the most of this power play, these two openers. Just 3 deliveries left in it. There's going to be another single here, out to deep extra cover. Lewis Gregory will be relieved to be able to fling the fielders to further parts after this over.
Yeah, it'll be a sigh of relief, that's for sure. McDermott starting off brilliantly, 45 off 25. His coaches will be very happy with how he started Vince into the offside, picking up the single. I mean, the only thing I'm slightly disappointed with Ben McDermott is he's not wearing bright yellow sunscreen across his face like his old man used to do when he used to rock up playing for Australia. He used to like the old zinc sunscreen, didn't he?
Yeah, Craig. Absolutely.
He's certainly got the build of his father, that's for sure. Nice stocky fella.
Okay. That's the end of the power play.
And the power play, Hampshire 65 without last round.
Just the 2 fielders outside the circle. First 6 overs lifted. 5 now. Sponsorship this season.
Thought I was going to have to give them a call this morning, Stephen, trying to get my carcass out of bed after 10 overs yesterday. The old hips were a bit sore, lower back. Oh my lord. You're going to have to stop playing at some stage and grow up, you know.
Bowling at full pace?
Well, what is full pace, Stephen?
I remember.
Full pace is 100%.
I used to watch.
If full pace is 100% effort, then yes, full pace.
Well done. Any sculpts?
No, a couple of drop catches, unfortunately.
Any runs?
I got 28 runs more than I did the week before, so I'm starting to pick up a bit of form.
It's a tiny performance.
Well, I got 28.
Well done.
Ralph van der Merwe into the attack. Had a tough night at the St Lawrence ground. But he seems to always rise to the occasion, Ralph, and how the Somerset faithful would love to see that famed celebration.
He's a resilient sort, isn't he, Roloff?
Yeah, he certainly is. He certainly is. Very combative in his style. Likes to get stuck into the challenge. He's starting off pretty well there. There's a couple of dot balls getting the ball into that block hole of James Vince. James Vince will be eyeing up the sight screen or the slog sweep, knowing him.
He's going to find a man in the deep here. Deep extra.
He blocked off his favourite area, which is where he's hit the ball there. He's very good at hitting the ball over extra cover, but they've put a fielder there.
Yeah, there's a crowd catch almost from Roloff.
A crowd catch. Is that where the crowd think it's out? And right, okay.
Turns out to be a bump ball.
Yeah.
This is a pretty good start to his first over of the game. Just a single off the first 3 deliveries. Another one here, but again, that's all. It's recovered, controlled. Speed is the man out there in the deep. Nicely done. Found the gap. It's going to be 4. He's very good at that, James Vince. Eyeing up the possibilities in the field. Playing through the arc. Got that nicely backward of point. Boundary. Always a danger, James Vince, to any opposition. Yeah, and it's going to be 6 into the Hildreth stand. So started economically, figures spoilt off the last 2 deliveries. 4 and 6.
Yeah, it's amazing how he can get away from you here at Taunton. 2 balls, 2 poor balls, or 2 good shots, and you're up against it. A good over has gone for 12 runs and over. Gone for 12. Craig Charles, he'll have a more successful night at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I wonder if Craig Charles, the DJ, is he a batter or a bowler? If he's a batter, he must be a batter. That's why he's coming here. Friday, 21st of June, 8 PM onwards. Tickets on sale now. Watch Craig Charles on the decks.
And Ben Green out in the middle. Coming to the attack for the first time. Starting with a dot. Have got all 10 wickets as we go into the non-power play stages of this game.
Well, they need nearly 12s, Stephen. They're going at nearly 11s, so it's certainly there or thereabouts. You'd assume it's going to go down. It will go down. Ben Green into the attack, and what a impact he's had straight away. Unbelievable work from Greener. He's been brilliant the last couple of years for Somerset. Well, he's definitely the man for the moment, isn't he? He's growing in confidence. I think his haircut alone can attest to the fact that he's a pretty confident young man now. He's come on, he's removed the dangerous Ben McDermott for 46 off of 29. Great innings there from McDermott. He's got to go. Yeah, it's interesting that. I mean, it's. I always think batters make that move down the ground. I think it's great to move down the wicket, but he's moved quite a long way outside the leg stump, opening up the stumps. And most T20 bowlers try and aim for that 3 takes in the ground, so you leave yourself exposed. And
that comes quite a relief to Somerset as well, because although they've posted this gargantuan total, I'm sure they're chasing it pretty well at that point. Just whether he's coming to try his captain.
Yeah, nothing safe here at Taunton. Let's be realistic about it. Joe Weatherly looking to bat right across his stumps there. Ben Green taking the pace off into the hip.
Just a single. Details of McDermott's innings. 46 came from 29 deliveries. Cautious for a couple of overs, but then really took off. In the air. Is it going to fall safe? No, there's a man under it. That's the second wicket.
The green machine has struck again. He's just got that knack of turning up when it counts, Ben Green. As I've said a few times, he's been magnificent over the last few years. When things are going awry, Lewis Gregory often turns to that man. He very, very rarely lets the team down. Couple of wickets, that's a massive momentum shift here.
It's both the danger men who've gone. James Vince, Hampshire skipper, who's heading back to the Andy Caddick Pavilion, and the two of them were going so well. Vince and McDermott. Ben Green has accounted for them both.
Good work, Greener. I like watching local lads do well. Devonian, but he counts as local in my eyes. He's been here a long time. He's served his time, played a lot of second level cricket. He's earned his stripes. It's been magnificent to get those 2 wickets. That's top performance, but you've still got work to do. You must never relax here at Taunton.
First ball to Toby Albert. He's going to be a dot, wasn't he? This is big for Somerset. And for Ben Green. Come on with 2 openers in full flow and sculpt them both. That's something. Another couple here.
Just a length ball. probably quite risky. I would say there's probably more execution failure there from James Vince. He'll probably be disappointed with that. Abe's has taken a smart catch there in mid-off. Lewis Gregory into the attack from the river end. The skipper. Another man for a moment, that's for sure. 82 here. Hampshire chasing Steve Ted. Quite the sizeable 241. Set earlier. Courtesy of Tom Abel and Sean Dixon in particular. Magnificent performance by the pair. Still plenty in the tank though from Hampshire for the Hampshire lineup.
That's going to be a wide to start with, but just take you through that Ben Green over. Dot ball to start, then the wicket of McDermott. A single which put James Vince on strike. Vince hold out, then dot and 2. What a way to come into the attack.
Yeah, in the context of the game, that's an impressive start, that's for sure. Lewis just straying outside towards that wide line. It's obviously the plan to hide the ball from the stumps, but it's a risky strategy. And that is 4 runs through gully. I mean, he set the field for, I suppose, bowling. In my eyes, the field set for sort of a middle and leg stump Yorker, and Lewis has gone wide line length, which the field doesn't really suggest. So I'm hoping it's mis-execution and not the plan. Well, it does seem to be the plan. I'd really like him to change his fielder if that's how he's going to bowl. Or is it one of those reverse Malachi's that the great Shane Warne used to mention? You know, set a field for a googly and bowl a leggy.
But it worked pretty nicely for that delivery.
Yeah, anything on that though, Stephen. It's 4 runs. There's only one fielder out protecting a short, wide ball. Nice piece of bowling there. Be interesting to see. The stats obviously back up that Weatherly's very strong through the leg side, so they're trying to hide the ball outside off stump to him. But it is a risky strategy with his field.
Here's the skipper again. This is a good over so far from Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, it's all going Somerset's way at the moment, that's for sure. They've well, he's bowled, in my mind, 4 four balls in this over, and he's got away with them. Any sort of little bit of touch. You remember Sean Dixon's first ball from Nessa, outside off stump, and he just let it run off the face through second slip for 4. Every single one of those balls could have beaten Riley Meredith, I would have thought.
And it's partly the effect of those 2 wickets, because the 2 openers were so settled and batting so well and aggressively. Could have been different. Who knows?
I think they've obviously done their homework with Weatherly. He's obviously known as a straight hitter, not necessarily a touch player. That's what that suggests to me. And again, another wide ball. I mean, it's flabbergasting that he's got away with that over, but fair play to him. They've done their homework. They're obviously very strong through the offside, so Lewis has got length virtually on the wide line. Well, I expect anything on it would be 6-4, but
just the one genuine wide to start the over, and then the boundary, and then just one more run.
They've done their homework, and it's obviously a weak area for these 2 outside off stump.
That is tougher. Like every dot ball for Hampshire. The openers have gone after flourishing in the power play and a little bit beyond.
Overton to Weatherly into that hard length. It's going to nudge it into the leg side. This field suggests the ball that was bowled there. 3 out, 4 out on the leg side. I would imagine Overton's going to bowl into the pitch. He's going to use his bouncer. He's going to bowl cutters, protecting that short side boundary and utilising the long leg side. I mean, I'd say it's a sizable boundary to the point where 2 of the fielders are 10 yards off of the rope. Will Smeed and Sean Dixon at square leg and cow corner, as it's lovingly named, cow corner, deep mid wicket.
Bit of grey cloud rolling in. It was sunnier earlier. Craig Overton's actually into his last over here. His 4th.
He'll be over the moon coming into the attack about now and avoiding the carnage for later on. Oh, good hands. Good piece of fielding there, but well run by the Hampshire Hawks pair.
Away. Safely home in the end. It's running to the danger end, Albert. Another single here. Singles aren't going to cut the mustard. What Vince and McDermott were doing so well was the regular flow of boundaries. Dried up for the moment. In fact, they almost collided mid-pitch, the 2 batters. Made it into 2, but for that. Smeed coming in from the deep to field. Remorselessly now. Up towards 15 and over, which is tough in the circumstances. Time for me to make way for Sam Batting.
Green switching ends, bowling that wide line cut out to Sean Dixon on the point boundary. A couple of runs. It's a risky strategy. I mean, the only thing I can really say is they're hiding the ball away from the obvious danger, which is the leg side boundary, so it makes some sense. I'd just like to see one of those fielders down the 3rd man boundary if they can persevere with that line. I'd probably bring up square leg if he's going to bowl that wide. But you know what? Lewis Gregory knows his stuff, doesn't he? Does. He's got the knack, that lad, of captaincy and being able to manipulate the game. He's exceptionally well thought of. Again, another wide line ball dragged to the leg side. So it's quite clear that the Hampshire Hawks batters are trying to target that short boundary, and the Somerset bowlers and captain are making it really difficult for them. So you have to say, chapeau.
Chapeau Ben Green as well. He seems to know what he's doing these last couple of years.
Doesn't get away with that one. Good batting, Weatherly, and this is where the plan might have to change. And it's very predictable now. And if the batter executes, you're going to go for a few runs. Can Ben Green maybe change the length and get it right up into that block hole in the wide line area? That's what he's gone for. Weatherly, slog sweep, straight out to Rolf van der Merwe. He takes the catch in a style that only Rolf van der Merwe can. He somehow made A below-the-knee height catch into an overhand diving specky. What a man. Ben Green has got 3 for.
I think what, so however he did it, I'm quite confident the Somerset fan is going to take it. Whether they just had to get on with it. Green has just been hiding that ball outside off stump, determined to hit it there. Free for yet again. It just keeps taking wickets and trying to look at these numbers. I mean, the strike rate over the last season is 13, 2022, 11 last year. This year it's taking 9 balls. It's quite something.
They're certainly growing in stature, that's for sure. Ben Green 3 for 11 so far. James Fuller to the crease, who's can he operator? He's been a thorn in the side a number of times where you think you've done the damage. James Fuller has quite a unique, eccentric style to him, but he's a very powerful man. Into the pitch, and Fuller gets off the mark with 1. Another fine over from Ben Green, 3 for 12 of his couple of overs. The run rate is tipped towards 60. I have to say, you're feeling pretty confident as a Somerset supporter right now.
Thanks very much to Virtu Motors as ever for their sponsorship of the live stream. This was the best campaign.
Well, and in particular the radio controlled car
Yeah,
what a snazzy addition that is to the Cooper Associates County Road. I've always dreamt of driving a Range Rover.
Trez can probably get away with it. He just throws range up to the outfield. I'm sure anyone else could. Van der Merwe into the attack. 2 newish batters, James Fuller, who's been around for a long time. Strike rate's good in T20 cricket, 35. To get 16 and over for this long, for 9 overs, is a big ask. Well bowled. Into the block hole, flicked away. Well, Smead will do the fielding. Tom Abel and Craig Overton down below us here in the Microscopic Pavilion. You just saw our commentary box actually a few seconds ago, where we are perched. Craig Overton at long on, which is his traditional position. Don't often see Tom Abel at long off actually. He's usually out riding the boundary, but I think we've got Will Smead, Sean Dixon. I think Tom Kohler-Cadmore's over at that short boundary. Toby Albert, Hampshire Academy grad on strike. Yorker again. It's quite partisan, I'd say. Taunton crowd is enjoying every dot ball. Every dot ball, 16 and over, just pushes that required rate up a little bit as well.
Yeah, I think that's the one benefit for the Somerset bowlers. They're used to bowling here at Taunton. You know, there'll be a lot of games played at the Rose Bowl where, you know, with it being such an enormous oval, you can stretch the boundaries, and bowlers can sort of get away with certain lengths. The wicket does a little bit more. Where you are seriously exposed here at Taunton, but I suppose the more you do it, the more it just becomes a little bit of the norm. And I remember Alfonso Thomas used to say it all the time to us as bowlers, that you're going to get hit at Taunton, but don't follow it up with an emotional delivery, as he used to call it. And I think that's what the Somerset bowlers do so well. They know they're going to get hit for 4s and 6s, but I just consistently they handle it better than the opposition here at Taunton. Why it's such a
missed stumping. Van der Merwe, it's been a brilliant over so far. That might actually go all the way down to the boundary. I think it's going to be runs, in fact, so a little bit of bottom edge. So it was really difficult for Tom Banton that. James Fuller advanced down the track. 3 dots and a 1. Yeah, just gets that bottom edge. Banton's got no chance through his legs. Streaky boundary.
Legs.
Streaky boundary.
Unlucky that. We've all lost out there. We could have seen the Van der Merwe Selly.
Yorker hit down the ground. It's in the air. Just short of Tom Abel. Bounces before.
Davey into the attack from the river end. 19 could have picked up a couple of wickets already. 9-10 runs over, you'd be disappointed, but in the context of today's game, you're doing a great job for your captain. Davey into the attack, straight into that Yorker outside off stump area.
First over. Could have been out in Barbados and America, probably sat watching it rain, I think is the current status of the Scotland squad.
Oh, I keep forgetting he's Scottish. Is he going to get one? Is he? Oh, no. Lovely strike there from James Fuller. It's clean, flat. Looks like Craig Overton had a chance at long on, but it's even beaten the 6'6" frame of Overton. Oh, he scored a goal. That was top left-hand corner, that.
You'd have saved it.
England could do with a few of those in the next few weeks, that's for sure.
If there's one man in the Somerset side gonna get there, it was Craig Overton, so he can't do it.
Yeah, especially now with the rope being a couple of metres off the fence. The fence used to be the boundary here at Taunton. It was small enough back then. And that's going to be a wicket for Josh Davies. Straight down Tom Abel's throat. He's got his reward. He got away with one. He's not getting away with two. Fuller's gone. Somerset on the charge here. And you'd say that the game almost looks already out of sight for the Hampshire Hawks. Somerset been fantastic today. Just too much. This Southern derby.
Yeah, so that's just tipped it in Somerset's favour, because I know it does feels like Somerset are on top, but actually pretty much Hampshire reached the 100 exactly the same stage as Somerset. Had one wicket less for it, just lost a couple. Somerset finished in a very, very special way. His man that you'll probably know quite well, would have played a fair bit of cricket against Benny Albert.
Yeah, he's known more for his bowling, but he's certainly a dangerous middle-order batter. He's almost backed to like his bowling. He hits the ball in some funky areas. Once he gets in, he can be dangerous. I wouldn't say he was necessarily prolific, but he'd certainly be an awkward customer, that's for sure. He likes to target that cow corner region. But the way the bowlers are going about at the moment, they're hiding the ball so far outside off something, making it really difficult for the Hampshire Hawks batters. Bouncer first up, welcome to the crease. Played well by Benny Hull.
Almost 7,000 of you watching on YouTube. The YouTube, I always say that, YouTube. Welcome to all of you Somerset fans, Hampshire fans. Keep an eye on the comments if you want to get in touch.
What a shot that is. Albert. Slow start to his innings. Beautiful. Tom Abel-esque cover drive over, lofted cover drive for four. Josh Davey right on that wide line again. Certainly a conscious plan from the Somerset bowlers, bowling from the river end. Just taking the Somerset stand side out of play.
Highly rated down at Hampshire, Toby Albert. Not played that much. I mean, he had a really bad knee injury a couple of years ago. He's played every game so far this season. 1 not 32. in that win against Gloucestershire. There's a reminder of Queen, the magic of Queen, 5th of July, Friday night. No better way to spend the Friday night down here at the Somerset Ground. Nodding along to a little bit of Freddie Mercury. Unconfirmed rumours it might be one of Riley Meredith with the microphone in hand. Could be you, Triggs. If you shaved the bottom half, you could. I reckon you do.
I'm not sure he's selling many tickets if Greener is going to be singing, that's for sure. Roloff into the attack, into that block hole. Squeezed out towards extra cover, Lewis Gregory doing the fielding. Lewis Gregory just marshalling his troops magnificently well, real clear plans. It's not always executed, cricket doesn't work that way, but the plans are really clear for the Somerset team, obviously coming off a super successful T20 season last year. They look like they know exactly what they're doing as a team.
Yorkers. Just loves a Yorker, Van der Merwe, doesn't he? I don't think I've seen a bowler many Yorkers Van der Merwe since Alfonso Thomas did.
Yeah, I think it looks like his MO, as I've said before about Roloff. I mean, I think whenever he's under the pump, that's the ball he goes to. That arm ball into the block hole, just trying to damage the limit, limitate as much as possible. He'd be fuming with that Roloff. That was the specky. That would have been an unbelievable celebration from the big man.
It was similar to that Liam Livingston one. Do you remember a couple of years ago when he whacked it back at him?
He'll be dark with himself. Doubly dark now. It's gone all the way for 6. It has. Drop catch. Another cricket strikes again, followed by a boundary.
Just kept Will Smeedy interested for a couple of seconds. The boundary rope is about 6-7 metres in from the picketed fence, so it doesn't get all the way. The rope doesn't go all the way to the fence. Had it done, it would have been a catch, but 6 it was, and this could be a catch though. Will Smeedy is going to come around. He's not going to get there though. Back-to-back 6s. Rudolf van der Merwe down on his haunches. Resets the hands, takes the sweat off them. This is where he's got to do that thing that Triggs was talking about, not bowl an emotional ball next up. Trying to hit that block hole. He didn't quite hit it in his last 2 deliveries. 2 magnificent strikes from Benny Howe. He crouches, opens his body up. That's the Yorker he wanted to do. Just a single, but a decent over from a Hampshire perspective. That one, 14 off it, and it's still less than they need.
Yeah, the catalyst there was that drop. Can you call that a drop catch? The old in Van der Merwe world, that is a drop catch. He normally plucks those, and we have a look at those worms up on the screen. The maroon worm just absolutely surged from about the 10th, 11th, 12th over, with Dixon and Abel going absolutely bonkers. Those enormous Manhattans. You see back into Somerset. Relative parity, I think, for most of them throughout the innings, but can Hampshire get anywhere near the finish that Somerset have? Against bowlers of the likes of Riley Meredith, there's going to be some challenge.
That Manhattan show Somerset had 3 huge overs, 20 plus overs. Hampshire really need 3 in the next 6 to be like that.
Meredith from the River End. Benny Howe. He swats it away. That's going to be out. Couple of Cadmore down there. Odd shoes, but he's got the hands on the right way. He's picked up that catch. Riley Meredith strikes. And thank you very much.
You're a wordsmith.
Liam Dawson strikes the crease, and there'll be one amazed man in Somerset, my English teacher, Mr. Adams. Peter Trigo will one day be described as a wordsmith. Thank you, Sam, I appreciate that.
Odd shoes, but he's got the hands on.
Benny Howe out for 14, going for that big slog towards the James Hildreth stand. The edge carries all the way down to Cody Cadmore. One thing that I will say about that, it shows that Riley Meredith has got some pace. thick edge carries all the way down to the boundary. Cola Academy pretty firm in their hands as well. Liam Dawson to the crease, very canny operator. The amount of times I've been on the field thinking we've got this game, and Liam Dawson just hits the ball all over the show. So we've still got to stay on our mettle. Quick ball there from Riley Meredith. Let's hit some Banton's gloves at some pace.
He is a seriously quick operator. There's a few in the competition. Turner, Meredith, Spencer Johnson up at Surrey. Genuine pace in the blast this year. Gus Atkinson. Sometimes the quicker it comes, the faster it goes.
Straight through. That's done him for pace, that first ball. That's a quick 90-mile-an-hour delivery. Meredith steaming in. Certainly got a wholehearted cricketer, Riley Meredith. I love the way that he's moving the field around. You know, really good idea that the bowler knows exactly what he wants to do, what ball he's trying to execute, manipulating the field, speaking with the captain now, Lewis Gregory. I think most captains love it when the bowlers take charge.
Done in for pace. Toby Albert looking to give himself some room, hit it into the offside, step back, Meredith has followed him, fuller delivery, leg stump, struck firmly. Hampshire, that's right stuff there.
Piece of ball in there from Meredith. Quick, straight. Always just a little suggestion when the batter moves away from the wicket, especially away from the short side. Fancy. Pace really shouldn't be trying to hit that towards the Hildred stand. He's tried to hit it to the longer side, opened up the stumps, and Riley Meredith has said thank you very, very much. Great start. His comeback spell, a couple of wickets. See, that is an absolute flat-out run-up in the replay.
I love the efficiency of Meredith. He's just turning around, running through, making sure he's getting through his overs on time. Cut-off time is 5:20. I mean, even fielding restrictions changing, you'd imagine it wouldn't harm Somerset too much, but you never want to be behind it.
Must be a pretty nice place to be when you play a lot of T20 cricket. You've got that little bit of energy in the system. You can run back to your mark.
Did you not do that on a Saturday when you were getting through 12 for Burbage? End of the over. Wicket in the over. 15 gone. Hampshire. It started off with tall order back. It's looking nigh on. Possible right now. It's only 38 for 6. 5 overs. There's a reason why those Somerset supporters are having a great time down in the Somerset stand.
It's always an interesting thing to comment on, I suppose, when you've got the overseas bowlers coming in. He's played a fair bit. He's played a bit of first-class cricket, but you know, a lot of the Somerset bowlers, they're probably into their 500-600th over of the season already. Swatted out to the leg side. He's going to pick up 4. Lewis Gregory's first ball. I'm going to switch out. Give the debutant the final rights of this game. It's only right, don't you think, Sam? Stephen Lamb to see us home.
Beacon of hope. Lewis Gregory. Conceded boundary after his first ball of the over. What's he got as a comeback? Dawson waits. Pulls it towards Craig Everton, who's going to take the catch. Just about hold on. Didn't quite judge it perfectly, Craig Everton. His hands are so big. It doesn't matter. And that's exactly what Lewis Gregory's got. He's gone for a boundary first ball of the over. Well, he's got a wicket. The second. Liam Dawson has to go. He's made just 6. Could be all over by the time Stephen Lamb gets his headphones on here.
Yes. Suddenly there was a wicket while I was limbering up.
I told you they were beacon of hope. Good luck to them.
They're cruising in now, Somerset, aren't they?
Yeah, I think Gubbins might come in. So this is interesting because Gubbins has been coming in at 3, and that's just a sign of the chase they had to chase.
That required rate now is over 20.
It's a miracle territory. Nick Gubbins, he's back playing T20 cricket. He didn't play at all last year. Played just 2 games for them in 2022. Originally signed from Middlesex midway through the previous season, but this day form was really strong, consistently averaging best part of 50 in this day cricket. So he's going to go in T20 because of the injury to Ali Orr. As Gregory's into him, he gets a bottom edge.
Very nearly chopped it on.
He did. Talked him up. So how good he is at white ball cricket. And he chops one on. He scored 3 list day hundreds for Hampshire, which is why he's been determined as next in line. But yeah, today they perhaps they need to get on with it. And they did. They haven't been able to. They still need 100 to win. They've only got 27 balls. Oh, almost a chance for Coleman bowled. Short ball that stuck in the pitch. Gregory stuck a hand out.
We're going to have to start considering, Sam, the Cairnhill Moment of Steel Award.
Oh, this is...
Can I float an idea?
You may.
After this ball from Lewis Gregory.
Slower ball. Good shot from... It's going to be 1 though. Lisa picks up a single.
The standout shot for me was by Tom Abel through the offside, in which he somehow managed to get in a position to play it and was left looking remarkably elegant and statuesque at the end of it. How's that for starters?
Bowled in, Nick Gubbins has to go, gets down on one knee, playing a sweep shot. His innings has been very brief. Lewis Gregory, it's a high five from Tom Abel, who is always the first man to celebrate a wicket, no matter what the fallback. End of the over, 144 for 8. It's a good start, Stephen, though, and I do like it. I really do.
Had 4 wins and 12 balls. Wow. So it is falling away. It was a tremendous start by the 2 openers.
See, this is where I want to take you, right? I want to take you back to the 8th over, when JC and Mammoth total to see that innings again, wicket again. It's the inside edge, actually. Gubbins and Chris Wood comes out. After 7 overs, Hampshire at 77 without loss. They're almost up with the rate. T20 if you've got the chance to rotate things down the floor. And then Green comes into the game. And in the space of 3 balls,
accounts for them both.
He gets them both. I know what you mean about the shot, Stephen Lamb, but
it's another contender. I'll take it. See what happens with this one. There's a swing, and I wonder whether he'd edge that, but no. No appeal from Tom Banton. Green, who's the man in the attack at the moment. Can he add to his wicket tally?
Should we put it out to the public? Who's it?
Why not?
Okay, I know we're meant to decide, but go on, let's give us a bit of help in the YouTube.
Have we got
column.
any other candidates? Up in the air, is this going to be... No, it's going to fall safe and go 3 for 4. Just under the scoreboard by the temporary Trade Nation stand.
What do you reckon? I think we'll look at YouTube. Tom Abel's cut shot before, Ben Green's over. I mean, a moment of steel, Craig Everson getting smashed on the palm and carrying on bowling.
Well, yeah.
That's one.
Yep. Is this going to be caught? No, it's falling short. Deep mid wicket. It does sort of feel rather that the steam has gone out of the Hampshire ship. 149 for 8. The required rate is notional now, really academic, 25.6. It's a steepling stroke. Is it going to be caught? No, it's fallen between 3 or 4 fielders.
that would have made it a late run for moment steal as well.
It would. It was Ben Green running back from his follow-through who almost caught it.
I hope his knee's all right. He just looks in a bit of pain there. Or maybe it's just disappointment. I hope it's disappointment, not pain.
I think he's okay to continue, although that was a full start. Here, 4 of them in fact, down to third man. But, the field remains with just 3 overs remaining after this one, 2 deliveries left in this, so 20 deliveries altogether.
It's the beauty of T20 cricket though, isn't it? Both of these sides are really strong now and historically, but just it's all about what happens on the day, and you can be well beaten despite being real quality.
Up in the air again, that's going to be 6 more into the gap, I think, between the Somerset stand and James Hillgrove. And to conclude the over, not quite done here. Somerset are white hot favourites.
Finishing with a little bit of a Michael Neeson. He's got at least 1 big bash half century to his name. Doesn't bat an awful lot. T20 cricket, he's barely batted at all for Hampshire. Played for it for the games. John Davies into the attack from the microscopic Pavilion end. Best of 64 for the Brisbane. Michael Neeson. That's his only T20 half century today. Watching that slightly skewed, doesn't necessarily slip your ability to bat next to 9. Anyway, Josh Davey back into the attack. Gets away with that one, I think. It was an attempted Yorker, I think it was slightly too full. It's gone straight to Tom Kodakadmore, who's got his hands on the right way around again.
Indeed. That backward point. Lovely description of that catch earlier. Mr. Trigo.
Oh, edged and safe. Tom Banton flying away to his right.
A bit of blind if he'd held on.
And I think because of the way that the angle of the shot Chris Wood was trying to play, he was pulling that towards the leg side. So Banton might have made an initial step to his left and to spring back to his right. And Gazelle, I don't think he nearly got there. I think he
did very well.
It's the pull shot. There's that thickish outside edge. Oh,
he's nearly there.
Tall man Banton. He's got a big wingspan. Short ball, pulled away. That's going to be 4. Fine leg is up, so little flourish here from Hampshire. Enjoying themselves. It might be too little too late, but we've seen full boundaries in the last 5 balls. 24 runs off the last 9. Which is not enough for that lead if they would continue to drive this at that rate for the end.
It's possible to maintain.
29 over.
Painful indeed for Chris Wood. Need a moment or two perhaps here.
Everyone checking he's all right, probably smiling at the same time as some racing people seem to do. Yeah, that's just nipped back. Probably had the length to be pulled through the shot. Too quickly, Chris Wood. 61, he's all right. He's going to face up to the next ball.
Nicely played, but only be a single. Somerset do win this game, It'll be 2 wins and 2 defeats thus far. Difficult journeys to the Oval and to Canterbury, aren't they? And neither of them successful this season.
Canterbury's a long one as well. They'd have got back in the early hours, the small hours of Saturday, unless they stayed over. Maybe they did. Just a single down the ground to head up to Lords on Tuesday, home of cricket. Good win. You and I did that. Was that last year?
We did a couple of years ago, I think it was, and it was a great game. Yeah, a couple of sixes in 3 balls. And one of them hit the roof of the grandstand. Josh Davey finished it off with the bat.
Back-to-back home games next weekend as well. Friday and Sunday.
It's been great entertainment today for crowds. Almost a sellout.
Revenge as well. Kent come down next Friday.
Is this? It's not going to be given. Travelling down the leg side just. This be his 4th.
Todd Lindley, formerly of this parish, has just sent me something as a moment of steel candidate.
There will be notice last over.
He suggests that Harry Everett choosing to play cricket over commentating and then not a ball being bowled. Complete washout for Harry Everett and North Perrott.
Oh no! That is harsh and cruel. It's really, really bad luck. That's not quite where he intended, but it's going to bring in a single.
Come on then, comments. People in this YouTube. Green or Abel as that moment of steel. Abel's cut shot. Green's 2 wickets in the over. 3 balls. Vince and McDermott gone. That's where I'm going, I think, Stephen Lamb.
I think they're both strong candidates. Oh, there's another dive from Tom Banton and another what might have been. Would have been a fantastic catch if he'd made it. But it's gone to the boundary. Great athletics from Tom Banton. Necessarily see it that way, having not been able to reach the ball. A glimpse of sunshine here at Taunton.
Someone's pointed out that the game is on. I think Todd Lindley has sent me the complete wrong game, Todd, so thanks for that. Should always verify my sources, shouldn't I? Please, Harry's getting the game. Tom Banton. A couple now, he's had to dive away to his right. Springy lad. They do so much work, wicketkeepers, don't they?
They do.
Bouncing out. It's hard work, actually. You watch them training. It's about as hard as cricket fitness comes.
That's a more straightforward take. Required rate is now up to 50. An idea of the state of this game. Hampshire on the verge of defeat. Last over coming up. And it's going to be Green to bowl it.
3 for 2 for, in fact, for right now. 231 off his 4 overs to go with his 3 for 34 at the Oval. Get a wicket in that Essex win. Very this one for the 21. So improving excellent position so far. Most of us knew he would be. It's a decent total from Hampshire. It's just what they're chasing. It's nowhere near it. Ben Green in. Slower ball. It's gone up in the air. Overton's going to steady himself and he's going to catch it. And he flicks it back to Tom Abel. That's absolutely brilliant from Craig Overton. The awareness of where he was, right on the boundary. He took the catch just inside it. He knew that his momentum was going to take him over the over. So he flicks it back to Tom Abel. They exchange a smile. So it'll go down as a Tom Abel catch.
And undoubtedly, appropriately, a Ben Green wicket. So Hampshire on the verge now. It's really that stand, wasn't it, Sam, between Tom Abel and Sean Dixon that set up this win. 96 not out Tom Abel, 65 Sean Dixon. And Somerset haven't really looked back since then. Hampshire. Chase looked as though it might be on during that first wicket partnership between James Vince and Ben McDermott. That was snuffed out by Ben Green in the space of 3 deliveries, behind both batsmen. And Hampshire now on the verge of defeat.
Chance of a fifer for Ben Green as well. Turned in down to mid-on for a single. I think we've got Pete Trico back alongside us. Green's got 4 for. Now he's got 5. Ben Green has 5 for the second time in T20 cricket. Somerset have wrapped up a comprehensive victory, 178 all out. They win by 64 runs. Tom Abel with 96 set the table at the back. Sean Dixon also made a half century. How about Ben Green? Hampshire in response, going along nicely. 77 without loss after 77 overs. Lewis Gregory turns to Ben Green. Space, 3 balls. James Vince and Ben McDermott. Dangerous Hampshire openers. He finishes the game off by picking up his 5th wicket. What an afternoon for Somerset. What an afternoon for Ben Green. 5 for 29. Best ever bowling figures, I think, in T20 for him. Though exactly the same. 5 for 29 is his only other 5 for.
And that partnership of 128, we were talking about Tom Abel and Sean Dixon, that was really the key, felt like the key to the game.
You undersold them then, 144, wasn't it?
Beg their pardon.
Record partnership for the 4th wicket as well. Creeks could do that.
Yeah, I enjoyed watching Riley Meredith, 2 for 31 from his 4, and Lewis Gregory, the skipper, 2 for 12, miserly, from his 2 overs, and Ben Green finishing with that 5 for 29, and he didn't bowl his full 4 over allocation.
Right, getting high fives from his teammates. Triggs, you might have to be, we're going to hear from Ben Green actually very shortly. If we drop over to him in a second, you might have to be the deciding vote. In fact, we'll come back to that, we'll go to Ben Green.
Okay, here with man of the moment, Ben Green. Ben, a 5 for you there and a victory for Somerset. Sundays don't get better than that, do they?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a pretty complete performance from us. Set up from that partnership with Dicko and Abe's, it was absolutely phenomenal. And to post 220, you always feel pretty confident going out to bowl.
Yeah, tell us about the partnership, because I imagine in the dressing room you guys were cheering them on. It's a record partnership as well for the 4th wicket for Somerset in T20. So, I mean, a great reaction, I'm sure, from the crowd, but also from you guys in the dressing room.
Yeah, absolutely. It just looked like they middled everything and just kept going longer than anyone thought they would. Both played phenomenally.
Nice, and also I just want to talk to you about your fifer as well. I mean, superb bowling performance from you, and it kind of puts Somerset back in the winning position. 2 not so great performances last time out, but now you're certainly back amongst it again.
Yeah, of course, we've played pretty well in patches. You know, we've bowled well and batted well in games, but it's nice to have a complete performance there. From a bowling point of view, it's obviously tough from a Hampshire point of view. They've got to come out pretty guns blazing to try and chase 220, so there's obviously going to be opportunities to take wickets there.
And just finally, does this put you in good stead now? You've got 2 games next weekend as well here in Somerset. You know, 2 games coming up, puts you in good stead to hopefully win those as well.
Absolutely. You know, there's a lot of confidence still in the dressing room, even after those couple of games. We're feeling good.
Well, one of the stars of that Somerset performance, Mr. Ben Green.
I didn't hear a word of that interview. I hope you did at home. I hope he's loosening up the larynx from his moonlighting as Freddie Mercury in a few months. That moustache really is coming on. But what a day for Ben Green. 5 for 29. What are your thoughts, Sam?
I think it was just wonderful, wasn't it? But I think we have to decide the moment of steel, Triggs. And Lammy and I have been debating. He's gone Tom Abel. There was a shot he played, a cut shot where he was reaching, hit it away for 4. It was quite something, quite special. But I've gone for Ben Green, who comes on, picks up the wickets of James Vince and Ben McDermott in the space of 3 balls. You're the deciding vote, Triggs. It's up to you. You're the man. Who is the man of steel?
Well, I think I'm going to maybe enforce a little bit of influence here onto the debutant, because I'd like him to have the casting vote. But I would also go with Ben Green. In terms of steel, Hampshire were in the game. They were going at roughly the required rate. You're under pressure. It's a tiny boundary one side. You've got McDermott absolutely flying. So I also will go with Ben Green. That 2 wickets in 1 over completely transformed this game, and it took it to potentially a squeaky finish to an absolute landslide. So that's my thoughts. Stephen Lamb, you can either confirm or deny, sir.
I'm comfortable with that. It was a big moment, that over, when he came on, because they were motoring, those 2 openers, and that was the only point of the game where Hampshire had a realistic chance. So I'm okay with that.
Well, all in the southwest is good. Stephen Lamb's comfortable. I'm comfortable. Sam looks marginally comfortable in his shorts, and we're all happy here. Ben Green is our Cairnhill moment of steel man of the match, and what a great performance. What a great afternoon we have had here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. A resounding victory. There have been balls flying all over the Cooper Associates County Ground. We've had a great day. It's been an honour for me to call with Sam as always, but in particular, as I've said a number of times today, Stephen Lamb's first T20 game. Hopefully the first of many, sir.
Good fun. Great fun. Thanks for having me.
Great. I hope you've enjoyed the entertainment. Get online, as we've advertised a number of times throughout the day. Plenty of outside of cricket entertainment going on here. We've got DJs, bands, you name it. It all happens here at the Cooper Associates. So let's keep the buzz going for the summer of 24. We look forward to seeing you all again soon.